Pipe down. We're going to begin this meeting. Good evening, everyone. This is a caucus of the Jersey City Municipal Council. It's Monday, the 22nd day of May. If you haven't filed your financial disclosure form, now's April. Oh my God, I'm jumping a month. Then your forms will be already late. April 22nd, 2019, we had a 5:30 p.m. start. The council held a closed caucus, which kept all of you out in the hallway, including me. So at 6:03, we have Councilperson Ridley.
Present.
Prinzeri.
Here.
Baggiano.
Here.
Yun.
Here.
Solomon.
Here.
Robinson.
Here.
Rivera.
Here.
Waterman.
Here.
And we have a full house with the council president. So, who's the first victim, council president?
First, we'll bring up Irene and everyone from the Liberty Humane Society who's here for that particular resolution, which is what is this, 24, 1024.
Yeah. No more alphabet soup.
So the numbering has changed, everyone, if you're...
Yeah, we're going into this paperless mode, so we're going to try to phase this in, different aspects of it, so that we start talking sense instead of. I think they use the letter Z because the Z's put the clerks to sleep.
You didn't invent that? I figured like you were.
No. I invented the resolution paper with the things on the bottom when I was a junior member of the firm, before it even became anything.
That's when they did discuss going places.
Yeah, I went to the mayor's office for 3 years and learned stuff. And then I came back.
Okay.
Okay, so we have what resolution? 10 number what?
24.
1024, and this is the Humane Society.
Probably can I steal one of your pens?
You can, sir. I always bring an extra because, and look at my pen. They cost 9 cents each and they go to the last drop. Look at this. I recommend them to all city staff. Look at that. Right to the last drop. We're lucky to have Margaret here tonight.
Okay.
Can you tell us everyone who's with you tonight?
Absolutely. I'm very happy to do that. So we are all here to present the item renewing the contract with Liberty Humane Society for animal control services for a period of 1 year. This contract was initially awarded 2 years ago via competitive bid, and the Health and Human Services Department has decided to extend that, taking an option in the contract to renew for 1 additional year. With me, I have Sonali, who is our public health epidemiologist. Everyone.
Sonali?
Sonali, S-O-N-A-L-I. Last name is Limay, L-I-M-A-Y-E. Good evening, everyone. I'm the epidemiologist with the City of Jersey City, and I, along with Dr. Basola, our health officer, provide an oversight to LHS. We also have Irene with us.
Yeah, that's not a PA. That's not a PA. It's not going to magnify anyone's voice. It'll capture it. Just keep it in one place.
Okay.
Irene.
Hi, I'm Irene Borngraber. It's B as in boy, O-R-N, Borngraber.
I got it.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
I'm the Executive Director of Liberty Humane Society.
And all right, I'm just going to let these guys take over because they, I think, will be able to answer questions better than I. And we also have John Hazzak here from the Resident Response Center. I believe Robert can get that name. And
I've experienced it.
okay, so I'm gonna let the experts take over, and I'll monitor.
I'm sorry, what was your name again, doctor? Is it doctor?
I'm Sonali.
Lamai.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sonali, S-O-N.
Somali is her first name, Lamai.
Sonali with N as in Nancy.
Great.
Sonali.
And John, are you now at Health and Human Services?
No, the President Response Center is presenting questions from that aspect.
Okay, great. Okay. Go ahead. The floor is yours, I'm sorry.
I think Margaret kind of handled
Okay.
Just a renewal of the contract for a year, so we're going to exercise that option.
It's the same terms and conditions, it's just implementing a renewal option.
Okay, council members, questions? Councilman Yun.
Okay, so 2 years contract, total price is $1.2 million roughly, correct? So if it's 1.217, 670 minus $569,000, then last year we paid $640,000 first year. And the second year, they asked for 569, almost what is it, like a $80,000 difference. There any reason?
So there was, in year one, there was a $93,000 initial startup cost associated with the contract. So that was seed money to add additional vehicles, to add a trailer, to add call center software, and that's the difference in the
Okay,
price.
great. So first year was priced a little higher because of that initial, investment have been moved.
Correct.
Number two, 2017, when we gives us make a contract $1.2 million based on certain manpowers you provide City of Jersey City. But as I understand, after you guys contract with her, City of Jersey, you guys took to the other town in Hudson County. So we just want to make sure that what we pay, we don't want to get a short change. How many manpowers increase based on other towns you take care of that?
Absolutely. So we actually were serving Hoboken in addition to the city of Bayonne before we took on the full animal control contracting services for Jersey City. We subsequently terminated the agreement with Bayonne and then restarted afterwards. So to speak directly to your question, in our proposal for Jersey City and in terms of Jersey City staffing, we have a total of 8 people associated with this program.
So
which includes,
when we make a contract, let me go step by step.
Yes.
When we make is $1.2 million, that time you expect 8 people able to handle that. We are the only one actually client at the time, able to handle the most animal control situation in Jersey City, right?
Correct.
So now after that, you guys took over Hoboken and the Bayonne. So now, what is the current manpower? How many people is working there now?
So Bayonne and Hoboken actually came first. So Hoboken had 2 ACOs who were currently working in our department as well, and Bayonne was an augmentation. So correctly, we have one position that's vacant right now. We are hiring for 1 additional animal control officer to assist with that workflow. What also we see in animal control work is it's very seasonal. So there is a high season and there is a low season. And we are approaching high season, which is why we are now staffing up to make sure that we have 9 officers in the field. That leads us to have an average of 8 throughout the year.
So 2 years ago, $1.2 million at the time, you guys provide 8 people provide service to Jersey City. Now you took up Hoboken and the Bayonne, whatever is the other area, and there's still 8 people.
So the $1.2 million, the contracts are 2 different ones. So if it's the $1.2 million for the animal control services, that was over the course of 2 years. If it's 1.2 as an aggregate, we also have an animal sheltering contract with the city of Jersey City.
Okay.
So annually, we're at about 880, I think, together. With those 2 contracts combined on an annual basis. It's about $555,000 for the animal control and an additional $286,000 for animal sheltering. So that's how we get kind of the medium. When we increased this proposal, we already had the staffing in place for Hoboken and Bayonne.
Okay,
so
so
these officers are really speaking just to Jersey City.
So they have no, actually, we're not getting any shelter, we get the full service by Humane Society.
Correct.
Even though it was, okay, fine. So now, this is animal control. The service costs $1.2 million. Would you tell, I keep forget, don't get old, you know what I'm saying? When you get old, you keep forget. Can't you explain to what that means animal service? Because we have 2 contracts, right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
What is the
So-
animal service you provide?
So animal control, which we call the animal response team, every city in the state of New Jersey is required to have 2 things. They're required to have animal control, which is defined as 24-hour responses and staffing of certified animal control officers to respond to injured, sick, or otherwise animals who are acting and endangering the public.
24/7.
24/7,
365
365.
days, yeah, okay.
Yes, and so we provide that service. They are also required to respond to that situation, assess it in the field, provide emergency palliative care for the animal. So if the animal is injured, they need to go to a certified veterinarian for care and treatment. That is at our cost as well. So that's a line item in our budget. Transportation to and from the animal, housing of the animal, and ultimately the outcome of the animal is responsive to them as well. After that point in time, the animal needs to be taken to an animal shelter for care and housing for the 7-day stray hold. That's where the second contract begins, and that's the difference between animal control and animal sheltering. A lot of what we're increasingly doing in animal control and what we've realized is most animal emergencies or situations that people consider to be an emergency are actually not. They are based on a lack of knowledge or a lack of education involving wildlife, urban animal issues, quality of life issues like dog poop, barking dogs, nuisance animals. We also handle that. So our officers are certified as code enforcement inspectors for the city of Jersey City and able to enforce for nuisance violations of animal ordinances. We are also now working with the prosecutor's office on the mayor's task force to assist with animal cruelty and hoarding situations. So what we've seen also is there is a strong correlation between crime, animal abuse, hoarding, and animal neglect. So being involved in that task force with the health department is also part of our job.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure that we, City of Jersey, get what we pay for, you know what I'm saying? As long as we got the, service of what we pay for, I got no problem. Just keep the Google, my side, I'm counted by that.
Okay. Questions regarding Liberty Humane Society and the contract? Anyone? Councilman Sullivan?
Are there any performance metrics in the contract in terms of, anything that?
We provide reports monthly to the health department, which includes, there are 2 different contracts, but we provide reports for both.
Sure.
So some of the statistics, just examples of what we provide them is, in 2018, we had a total of 3,837 calls for service or dispatched. That averages to about 11 a day. The total calls for repeat, because some people are calling about the same situations and love repeat calls, that was an average 5,371. So it's about 14 calls per day to our actual call center. In 2019, so far year to date, it's 1,144. So those are just some of the metrics that we provide to them. To speak directly to that, no, I don't believe that there is a performance metric in the contract itself, aside from that our animal control officers need to have the valid certifications, that there need to be a certified animal cruelty inspector on staff, and that we also need to be working with the city on managing and dispatching summonses when needed.
Great. Does the contract have anything about sort of TNR programs?
The contract itself doesn't. What we say is, what we write in there is, obviously we are a nonprofit organization, and so the reason that we contract for animal control services in general is to provide more than what the city would be able to afford to pay for on their own. And so a lot of what we do, our animal control officers are involved actively in TNR in correlation with residents. So year to date, I think we've done, actually through our animal control program itself, around 300 trap neuter returns of cats, and that's independent of the low-cost public spay-neuter program that also is a branch of the shelter. So it's not mandated, but we do offer it when we can, and it is one of the ways that we respond to nuisance cat situations.
So if I call, there's a feral cat in my, alleyway, you guys would definitely be able to do TNR? How does it work in terms of whether you
So
go?
it's a conversation. So when somebody calls, let's say, we get a lot of calls like that, which is, I see a cat. And so the questions we go through is, does the cat appear injured? Does the cat appear sick?
Right.
Do you know if anybody is feeding the cat? Does the cat have an ear tip? An ear tip is when the top of the cat's ear is actually cut off and notched, and it's a visual indication to people that that cat has already been spayed or neutered, which means that they're a part of a managed colony. So depending upon the answers to all of those questions, if you said, yep, I see an ear tip, we'd say, great, as long as the cat is not injured or sick, that's part of a managed colony, that is somebody's cat, don't worry. If you say, nah, the cat's not looking very healthy, we say, okay, this is a situation where the animal control officer may need to come out and set a trap because we need to make sure that this cat receives veterinary care. If you said, yes, I see a cat, yes, they don't really look healthy, but my neighbor's feeding them, we want to talk to the neighbor and say, hey, your cats need to have secure veterinary care, we can help with affordability, accessibility, but ultimately that would be the feeder's responsibility. If it falls outside, it's just, I'm going through all kind of the scenarios,
I appreciate it.
So, and then if somebody would say, oh yes, okay, yes, I have the cat, I'm interested in having the cat spayed or neutered, we'd say, that's fantastic, we can lend you a trap, we can show you how it's done, and we have a $10 program. That's how the conversation would normally go.
Great.
Council President?
Councilman Boggiano.
Yeah.
Irene, did the county ever come across and do
Yeah.
anything for the animal control shelter from the meetings we had?
No.
Actually, that was one
They
of
didn't do
the,
nothing?
No.
that's one of the, your wish list was, right?
Yeah.
The one we have a meeting with the county, that you and me and the councilman Rich Wujana. And you
And
one
we
of the
did, and I
list,
thought it was very productive, and I'd like to continue that conversation with them
I
in
have
the
a-
future,
I have
but
a
it
meeting
has
with
yet.
them this week, I believe. I'm pretty sure Wednesday or Thursday, and I'm gonna bring it up because I thought they had done something.
Yeah. Okay, now, next question is that City of Jersey City, Hoboken, Bayonne, that animal service, animal control service, animal shelter service depend on yours.
Correct.
How's the rest of the other town in Hudson County? How they manage that?
That is a very good question. So we
No,
are.
just don't, I just want to be a good question. It's a great
Yeah.
question.
No, I'll be honest in that we are the only licensed animal shelter in Hudson County.
See?
The other towns are required by law to contract with a licensed animal sheltering provider. I can't speak to who they are working with currently. I can say that there have been challenges in that space, specifically legal challenges, and you may have actually received a notice from the State Department of Health that one of the main animal control providers in Bergen County was actually barred. He had his license removed due to animal cruelty convictions. And so there is a void in the industry, there is a void, and it is because of lack of money, lack of resources, and lack of space. So the development crisis that we get into in terms of land use in Jersey City and in urban municipalities begs the question of where do you even put an animal shelter? So creating them from scratch has become very difficult for other towns to maintain, which is why we would be interested in eventually having a dialogue with the county about what they are looking to do moving forward. However, that is not something that would happen with LHS in our current location or our current incarnation. That would be a very large conversation.
So we do right job, but rest of the town, we don't know.
That is correct. I can speak to Hoboken and I can speak to Bayonne because we work with them. Some of the other towns, I believe Kearney subcontracts, that Bergen County makes an exception for them. But really, it's open to competitive bid, and from what I understand, they have a for-profit contractor. So they have somebody who's in the business of making money off of animal welfare.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time. Thank you, Irene. Okay, Andrew, I want to bring you up for, I'm sorry, not Andrew, Matt, bring you up for one item, because we also have Tim from NW Financial here, and since we're paying him on the clock, I want to get that over with, right? So this is with regard to the meter's running. So 4A, it's the second reading on the Morris Canal redevelopment plan, amendments to that. Whoever's here to discuss it. We never had any discussion on this, right?
Yeah, we never. We had a little bit of.
All right.
Yes.
All right, pipe down, everyone, or leave.
We had no discussion on 4B.
So, hello, council. We had some items replaced in your ordinance package as well as added. So you received a letter from.
Time out. I didn't share the things that you gave me because of the complexity of this. So
Okay.
you can explain the changes and because we don't know about the salvageability of this, so,
Okay.
all right.
All right. All right. So at the planning board meeting where this was heard, I was out sick, and there was a floor amendment made. So there's two small changes to the amendment language that you received previously. So the first change was that it increased from 5% affordable housing to 6.5%. And then there was a slight change to the parking requirement. But that's not, I think it was more of a question to the parking requirement, and it was confirmed that it's going to be inside or enclosed. So that's really the change to the amendment language. Then there was supplemental information given or prepared by the petitioner for the amendment as to the size of the units as well as some other attributes of the project. And that can be made available by Robert Byrne. And just to go through that quickly, and if you have questions, the petitioner is here. The average size for the 13, what they anticipate is 13 studios is 460. For one bedrooms, which there are 111. The average square footage is 763. And for the 44 anticipated two bedrooms, it's 1,121. The range, if you're interested in that as well, the range is 640 for the studios, it's 660 to 940 for the one bedrooms, and 985 to 1,200 for the two bedrooms. If you have any other questions about that, I can answer those. And then there's also Tim here from NW Financial, should you have any questions regarding the NW Financial memo.
Council members?
Yes. You know, actually, the gentleman from where?
My name is Tim Weissmeyer from NW Financial, we're the city's financial advisor.
Okay, good.
I have comments and questions, and so, I mean, I didn't really review it after last council meeting, after it was kind of discussed to be pulled. Admittedly, I'm just being really upfront about this. You know, I had conversation. Rob, you want to join us up here? Yeah. Hey, Rob Caulfield of Katera is here. So I don't know. I mean, I had a conversation with Robert Byrne. You're welcome to join us, Rob. Do you want to announce yourself for the formal record here?
Hi, Robert Caulfield, Fields Development Group, member of the applicant at 262 Johnson.
I mean, admittedly, I talked to the councilman, Robinson, talked to yourself as well, Mr. Caulfield, and then Councilperson Waterman restored it to the agenda. In hindsight, I would say it was, I mean, just kind of going back and forth, nothing particular about this particular development, but just the idea of, it caused a lot of confusion, right? So.
Yeah, and I do apologize for everybody. I wasn't aware we were on the caucus at the last meeting, so I apologize.
And I had suggested to myself publicly and said that I hadn't reviewed it and didn't have an opportunity to talk to NW Financial at this point about kind of the financial analysis. I'm personally not prepared to render a decision. So I'm going to ask if the council, if we can look to another meeting and definitely bring it back for the next one. I wouldn't want to delay it. I'm not looking to delay, but just to kind of the confusion and everything else around that, I just didn't have an opportunity to review and would ask for the council's indulgence to defer it for one meeting. And I'm not sure what this, me and Robert had a brief conversation about some amendments. I guess Matt alluded to them earlier and so forth, and I'm not sure if that.
And that could actually perfect the document that we present, if that's what the council wants to do. We can perfect the document and have everything in the document for introduction, if that's what the council decides it wants to do.
Council, if I may?
Sure.
Again, I do appreciate everybody's time. I know everybody's wasted a lot of time on this already. I do apologize for maybe the confusion at the last meeting. I think truly the merits of this amendment are certainly in the city's favor, and if we spend time with NW digging into that, I think that will show itself. I think it's a proactive, positive amendment for that neighborhood to include some affordable housing for whatever level it is. It's better than nothing than what the current zoning has for that site. I'm at the pleasure of the council. If you think it would be better to push this back and go back to a first reading then to a second, if the council is in favor of that, I'll do whatever is best, whatever the council would like to do. Council President.
We still talking, remember that, I guess the 30 to 50, the low income affordable that we talked about. I know that now this went up from 5 to 6.5%, which is, I think, beneficial to the community itself, especially not adding some more density.
Yeah, I think it's important to realize that this project, the allowable density, the floor area ratio, we're not building any more square footage, we're not asking for any height, we're not asking for any density, as I see density of floor area, square footage. What we're looking to do is just divide up the number of units. Instead of 112 units, we want to do 168, 157 of those will be market rate, the other 11 will be considered 80% AMI affordable housing. Again, we're not making a micro project. They're still going to average almost 890 square foot per unit. The affordable housings will be, housing units will be an equal spread of 1 and 2 bedrooms. Again, averaging almost 900 square foot unit average, not a micro project. They're still quite large. The reason why we want to do it is we want to have diversity in our unit mixes. Instead of just 112 larger 2 bedrooms, which in theory would have a larger monthly rent number associated with it, by allowing us to do 157 market rate units, we can have this mix of not many studios, but several studios, 1s and 2s, along with the affordable housing units as well. That's the gist of it. It's a fairly unique project, I think. And that we're not asking for more area, we're not asking for any height or density.
I'll just speak for myself on this, and if I could get more time to meet with you as well as NW Financial on this, I'd like to see kind of the underlying assumptions around the calculation of the estimated project costs as well as the benefits and how that was all determined and calculated. And that's just kind of for starters for me, I guess, around that. Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're trying to get some affordable housing units, and the project didn't have it.
Yeah.
To be honest with you,
So then,
we can do the project where it is.
Council
Yes.
President, can I add to what you asked? Because the first things, when you went to first reading, we asked a certain document to provide for this city council to make fair judgment for this project. And until today, we didn't get into actually one piece of paper, how many square feet, how many units, that's all we got. And also we asked them, NW Financing, more correct numbers it provided. I'm just going to tell that this is make us very upset, the city council, other than the rest of myself. You are developer, you know it very well. They only at the time able to build 112 units, and we're going to give you 57 units of bonus, exchange with the 11 unit affordable housing. And the NW Financing give us a financial analysis report that extra 57 units is a value to the developer actually $60,000.
So watch. And
So
the
now-
reason why we want to do it is we want to have our unit mixes. We want 1s, studios, and 2s, not all 2s.
Stop there. When you say up to 80 AMI, we just want to know, when you say affordable housing units, that means they charge 30% off 80 AMI or 60 AMI, 40 AMI, 20 AMI. So my question, one of these one, out of 6.5%, which is 11 units, how many will be 80 AMI, how many units will be 60 AMI, how many will be have 40 AMI? And then nobody provides us information. Then not only that, this is the first project we're going to face as affordable use, very important. Your company, Field or NW Finance, I'm not planning the Field, more like NW Finance. They say this project only gives us 6.5% of affordable housing units out of total unit, only benefit developers $60,000 a year. Then we have wishes of Bayfront, we talk at 30 to 35 affordable housing units.
35%.
35%. How the hell they going to make a 35% affordable housing units? Even 6.5% they only say 60,000 benefit to developer. That's why I want you more. They say when you garbage in, garbage out. I don't know how they feel to provide the number to NW Financing. When you tell the city council, extra build 53 units, just 11 units affordable housing, they only finance benefit $60,000. I think that they look down on us too much.
So
We're not getting any extra area. If I came in and said, give me another 5 or 10 floors, Councilman, then sure, now we have a true delta and increase in project value. I'm just asking to divide it with more doors.
No, listen. That's why you can say that. But when the NW Financing gets the numbers, you know what I'm saying?
He's
actually-
questioning the NW Financial analysis on that. So,
Yes, because,
um,
yeah, go ahead.
no, I was saying, if you can I would suggest, and again, if we're going to, if the council will table it, then we have a conversation, I'm happy to meet with you as well and discuss
Sure,
this.
and we can take it
And
offline.
we can talk to
keep the
Councilman
meeting
Young as well.
Understood.
Yeah, okay, so give us some numbers, reasonable some numbers we can understand. Not only that, if you point to 6.5 affordable housing units, please give us how many percent will be ADMI, how many units will be,
We're proposing 100% of the affordable housing units, 11 units, would be at 80% AMI.
see, that's what I'm saying. When you say ADMI is only one ADMI, we try to, as a city council, not myself, we try to give the affordable housing units opportunity to every income level if possible. As a developer, yes, when you get the 80% AMI, you get the 30% of ADMI, then you actually maximize your profit. But when you look at it, listen, we want the 60 AMI some units, even the 1-2 units. We want to make sure 1-2 units for 40 AMI. So not only 80 AMI people is required affordable housing unit.
80% AMI
Yeah.
doesn't cover the cost to build the unit. This is not, there's no abatement on this project, there's no subsidies on this. It's a high-rise building, it's expensive to build.
Yes, we know that.
80% does not cover the cost of the unit.
80% not considered. So because now they're putting that each unit costs $300,000 on the construction cost. $300,000. You not expand it. You just put in the wall more, and the put in the, you know, you're not change the height.
But those units have a different income.
See, that's what I'm saying. True.
So
I don't want to
let's
keep
get the numbers and take a look at that.
Get some
Yeah.
more information.
See, so we'll get some more information, let's sit
Yeah.
down and sit down with Councilman Young as well, and we'll go through this.
Yeah, financial analysis, you know what I'm saying? And we wish to have not only ADMI, some different income level to units. Gives us more opportunity to all different income
We'll
levels.
dig in with MW, but we've squeezed everything out of what this is. It's a wash. It's not we didn't hit 6.5% by accident. We got it to where it was an exact wash so that the city would get as much affordable housing as it could.
Okay. So give us some.
6.5% is what?
It's a complete wash on the cost versus the benefit. That's how we got to the number.
Maybe first year.
They don't have a tax base.
There's no tax abatement.
Yeah.
There's
Give
no
us some
benefit.
numbers.
There's not a single extra foot we're asking for. There's no extra height.
I mean, it's more than
So-
just putting a wall
so
up, it's
folks,
also adding
I just-
kitchens and
I
bathrooms
think,
and
let's
everything
just look at
else.
the analysis, let's get the
Yeah.
questions
Give us
about,
some, yeah, that's all.
look at some of the underlying assumptions around cost and income.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And in addition, Matt, can we just get for this as well, the number of units, I think people talked about, right? The distribution and the spread between studios, one bedroom, whatever the different, as well as the rents.
And for clarification, is this being tabled for it to amend?
That's my intention,
or are
I
we
know, yes,
reintroducing-
I'll ask the council to table.
We're
and-
introducing it for first reading.
If you can perfect
Oh, for
it,
first reading, yeah, if it's first reading, sure, we can introduce it.
if you can perfect it, we'll put it on as a first reading, and we'll euthanize the other one.
Okay, understood.
Did that work for you, Councilman Robinson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we would just,
But you have to get us perfected for Wednesday. For first reading, yeah.
First reading Wednesday.
Yeah. Great. Okay, we got a long meeting, folks. Let's see, I'm looking for some lack of controversy here. Let's go with, 10, okay, yeah, let's go. Actually, you know what? Chief, come on up. Chief McGill. And the chief has a couple of, yeah. Where are they? Oh, my gosh.
10.35 and 36.
1035 and 1036. 1035 is a contract to turn out fire and safety for the purchase and delivery of personal protection clothing not covered under state contract for the Department of Public Safety, Division of Fire.
Any questions?
Any questions on this? This is typical stuff, okay? 1036, it's a resolution authorizing the award of an open-end contract to turn out fire and safety for the purchase and delivery of personal protective gear and equipment under state contract for the Department of Public Safety, Division of Fire. Okay,
All good?
council members? No controversy.
All right.
Thank you, Chief.
Have a good night.
Good, Chief. All right, Angela, you are non-controversial too. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Angela's got the beehives. 17 and 18. 1017 and 1018. The first one is a resolution authorizing the execution of a license agreement with Jersey City Community Garden, Inc. to allow for the establishment of a temporary bee colony in the community garden located at 174-176 Brunswick Street, Block 09905, lots 8 and 9. Say anything?
Yes, okay, so Angela Davis, Director of the Division of Food and Nutrition at Department of Health and Human Services. So we have the Brunswick Community Garden is one of our adopt-a-lots, so it's city-owned property. It's also part of the Green Acres program. And because of the normal adopt-a-lot lease, it does not allow animals, which includes bees. A special licensure was established as a way to allow beekeeping to happen. And bees are very important to our environment. They're important pollinators. And for the last few years, there's been so many issues with bees in terms of like colony collapse, and if we don't have bees, we don't have food. So we definitely need them. And Brunswick is committed to. Oh, sorry.
Having a side conversation.
That's right. Committed to having the bees. They also have a trained beekeeper who is, skilled at that. And each of the different, so Brunswick as well as Riverview will also have like standard operating procedures about how the bees will be kept, and also will work with making sure that any local hospitals are aware of any issues that might happen with, a bee sting or something like that. But Riverview has had them and has not had any problems with the bees.
Okay, any questions on this? Councilman Rivera.
That was my question. Can we speak to the medical center so that they can have like adequate EpiPens or any adequate, like what we did with Christ Hospital when the bees were coming up and out of an avenue? I raised the question that there's going to be a bee population up there, so people might be allergic to them. Severely allergic. Did we communicate with that with medical center and let them know that you got an active colony coming in?
They were communicating with previously in regards to Riverview, but not in regards to Brunswick. So we'll make sure that happens.
How are the hives going to be protected? Let's say at night, people going in, knocking them over, destroying them.
Oh, both of the gardens are locked. So there's
a fence around it.
Yeah, both of them have. I don't know. I mean, someone could climb over the fence, but I mean, they both do have fences and are locked.
People don't mess with bees.
They're pretty discreet, so I don't think people, unless you know that they were there. So.
Not me, but just want to make sure. So whatever they produce, honey, local honey, where we can get it? They sell it in the market. How do they work?
No, they're not selling that. They're just usually at least I know with Riverview, it's just been for Brunswick, it's just been for the community members or members of the garden. So they're not selling it or anything like that. And I don't think it's been producing a lot of honey. So.
Okay.
So they use it the public land, produce the honey, local honey, and that honey only belong to their members. Give us the opportunity to general public too, so we can buy it.
Go to the store.
I don't think they're allowed to sell the honey, but they might. Maybe we should check into how it's being distributed in the community. Because we wouldn't want them making, But I can definitely check into that. But I know so far they've just generally had it amongst the members.
Okay, so now, final question. Any instant report by bee? No, right?
No, we've not had any incidents. And then we also have like several backup beekeepers if there's anything like a swarm that might happen, because that's often very scary. People see a swarm, which isn't really a scary situation. It's just that the bees are breaking off and they're forming a new colony with a new queen. But it looks very scary. But we do have beekeepers, extra beekeepers that Deirdre has on hand to who know how to deal with swarms.
Thank you.
We don't want anything happen to the bees. So Deirdre Newman is the beekeeper for the Riverview Community Garden, and then Mufti Ahmed is the beekeeper for the Brunswick Community Garden. Both of them have been trained, and they've take classes, and they also are educational as well. So they give, each of them has been involved in educating the community around the importance of bees and beekeeping.
And if you want to see an instance where there was a swarm and then a beekeeper came and collected the new colony, while Jersey City had a great video of when we had 2 instances on the west side.
And I think Deirdre was part of helping catch that
was
swarm.
great. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's bring up Mel and her team. Mel has got 1021. That's a resolution approving participation in the Alliance for Competitive Energy Services, ACES Plus, program to provide energy efficiency consulting services.
Melissa, Zach.
Exactly, you got it. Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day, yes, perfect.
That's right.
You're absolutely right, it is Earth Day.
That is my lead-in
Yeah.
to this energy saving program. I know the fact sheet and the title are long and confusing, so I'm going to back up a little bit and give you some context. When I'm done, I'll introduce you to Andrew Conti, who you may already know. He's from Gable, who has other programs with the city. But let's start in 2016. The city conducted energy audits of city-owned properties through the state's local government energy program. The purpose was to evaluate these buildings for energy efficiency improvement opportunities. Those will not only save us money, but they will save our carbon footprint. There are 26 buildings. There are about 100-page reports for each building. I printed out the web link that you can go to see them each individually. Stand by. I'll give that to you when I'm done with all the rest.
Okay.
Okay. In 2017, general recommendations were made to the BA's office. In 2018, we had a new BA who hired Gable to help us phase and prioritize within a reasonable budget, as the expenditures to the energy savings were over millions to get to the final cost savings. I'll say the whole thing. In 2018, we hired Gable to help us phase and prioritize these reports within a reasonable budget, as expenditures were over millions to get to a final cost savings. This included additional walkthroughs, prioritizing evaluations, making new recommendations. For example, we added the DPW complex in that next round of walkthroughs. In 2019, they produced a memo which details the next steps. If you don't have that, I have that, and we can make copies of that for you. So here we are today, on Earth Day, to move forward with next steps, which include procurement. Gable is here to assist us with this highly technical procurement process, which will not only be deciding how and what language to put in the RFP, but the evaluations of the RFPs that we receive, which are going to be highly technical. And this is Andrew, who can help answer those highly technical questions.
Hi, how are you? I'm Andrew Conti from Gable Associates. We are the energy consultants for the city. If you don't recall, we're assisting you with the DPW solar project, which I'm happy to report is very close to beginning construction after a long lead run up into it. Other than that, for what we're here today, we looked at the local government energy audit reports, as Mel said, came up with a list of recommendations, sat down with Kate Lawrence in the Office of Sustainability and the architect, Brian Weller, for the city. They recommended that as a strategy, and what we're discussing going out for procurement for is something called an ESIP, an Energy Savings Improvement Program. This is a law in the books in New Jersey that allows municipalities or public entities to finance energy savings projects through the actual savings that's produced from them. So instead of you making a large capital outlay in order to invest in capital projects that are energy efficiency projects, we can go out and select an energy service company that would come as a one-stop solution that we're going to work with throughout this entire process to select what projects actually move forward. But those projects, what we've identified is about $4.1 million worth of projects that could save you somewhere near to $325,000 a year, which would put your savings and your payback right within that 15-year to 12 to 15-year period that you would expect with an energy savings project. The reason we're going out to procurement for one company is because this way you have one neck to grab in order to do this, but it's also because if you do it as one project, you can use the lighting savings, which we know could be substantial, some low-hanging fruits measures in some buildings to cover the larger projects like boilers and air conditioning units in other facilities. So we're here today to basically ask permission to move ahead with the RFP process and for Gable to be your expert in doing so.
And I'm sorry. So you're going to assist us in procuring who or what exactly?
We're going to have assistance in procuring a company who's going to walk us through this energy savings process, which could take several years.
We're going to go out to competitive procurement and RFP process to select somebody that the city would enter into a 15-year agreement for them to implement the projects and for the city to pay back via the energy savings the cost of that project.
And right now, Marlene's making copies of what you said. Those
The
projects
memo?
are listed there?
Yeah, the 26 buildings that we did the audit on in 2016 are on a website. She's making photocopies of that link. She's also making copies of the recommendations that we got from Gable on how to move forward. They also include the DPW building, which is not on the original 2016 because it just wasn't there yet. So the recommendations are a little bit different than the 26 documents because those were 2016 and now it's 2019, so some time has passed, some things are different now. But not that many, so they're both useful to see.
So you're advising us and helping us find someone who's going to help us with the procurement process, or you're helping us with the procurement process?
I'm helping you with the procurement process to select a vendor that will implement the actual that will pay for and install, maintain, and operate the measures, the energy savings measures that will come out of the process we're about to enter into. So we're going to run an RFP. They're going to give us a proposal for the RFP. They're going to say this is generally what we think is possible based on the information. We're going to share everything we're sharing with you with them. They're going to go ahead and propose back to us what the ESCO thinks is most feasible. We'll select somebody at that point, enter into a process that includes another more detailed audit, and then another round of us giving them feedback and telling them these projects, not those projects. At the end of all of that back and forth, we'll end up with a project with actual estimation of the incentives that are available to it, of the costs that are available to it, and a discussion that comes back before the board about financing and moving ahead with the actual program. But this is the first step, is you need to select an energy service company. There are 3 different ways to do this in the state. The one most popular way is to collect one company to come out and do the entire project. But there are other alternatives if you want to discuss it.
Councilman Solomon, you had something?
Yeah, so I don't mean to be, when Kate presented this in 2018, I could have sworn that what she was presenting was what you're presenting today, right? That we had these big documents and they were too complicated, so we would hire a consultant to get us. So it feels like we're in like a Russian nesting doll of consultants. It's like in 2016 we get the consultant, but the report's not usable. Then we hire a consultant to make the report usable. Now we're hiring a consultant a third time. This is the third consultant before we get to the savings.
No, I get
the third contract.
Understandable. So the energy audits need to be done. That's your first exploration into what can I do in your facilities. The next step that Gable assisted with last year with Kate when we were here was to take those audits and turn them into a recommended strategy for implementation. And that's what the memo Mel referred to a moment ago. That memo, after we wrote it and we sat with Kate and Brian Weller, their recommendation back to us was the best way to implement all of these projects would be to go through an ESCO-based program to get them all done at once. So our effort last year was to find out if there were any measures that were missed by the other audits that were done and to come up with a list of recommendations. And that recommendation wasn't arrived at as the sole goal of our work last year. We looked at whether there were incentive programs that would help you pay for this project and be able to do it yourselves, or to have it covered by somebody else and then through a different program. If we were a couple of years down the road, we might soon have incentives from the utilities that could help. But as of right now, in order to get all of these done, the recommendation from the team that was using it was basically that we go out for one contractor and see what comes back to us. So it's steps along the way. Energy efficiency is kind of more like eating your vegetables than like renewable energy is, like your dessert. So it takes a little bit longer, but the first was identify the projects. The second was come up with a plan on what are the options for implementing this. And now that we have a recommended path of implementation, we're going out to procurement as needed.
And how much was the 2018 contract?
$17,000.
Okay. I'd request, I think we should keep talking, but I just request that we delay this resolution 2 weeks, because I'd like to read the memo to feel confident in the recommendations, and won't have time to do a good analysis between now and Wednesday, so it just gives us 2 weeks to actually read the memo and ask questions. That would be my ask of the administration or to the council, to just delay 2 weeks to give the memo and analysis.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Sure.
Can I just ask, so ultimately when we get that copies Marlene's making it, so there's 26 potential projects, and you'll go out to RFP for that. I mean, do you have an idea of the estimates? Like, so for us to realize cost savings, is there going to be an investment on our part as a city to invest in these RFPs that go out, or is this?
This is it. We will work with Gable to come up with the total picture spread out over 15 years.
So
come up with what exactly?
We're going to run a procurement process to select an ESCO who's going to propose a plan to implement an energy savings plan to implement all of the measures that we've discussed. There are 26 buildings involved, but there are quite a few more measures. Each building has 5 to 6 measures associated with it. So across the 26 facilities we looked at, we're looking at $4.1 million worth of investment that would be made by somebody else, and that's just a estimation at this point, and that will change as the project scopes change.
You said like to make a recommendation about a plan. So are they actually implementing the plan, or is it another recommendation?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I should be clear about this. The Energy Savings Improvement Program in New Jersey requires that you go through specific steps. The first step is you do the local government energy audit, which is what you've done. The second step is you run a procurement to select an ESCO or select vendors in order to implement the projects. The third step is that you would do an investment grade audit, which sounds redundant, but this is an audit based on actual measurements in the facilities and actual cost estimation, not based on rules of thumb, as you saw in the 2016 audit from the state, which was paid for entirely by the state, by the way. Then the next step in the process is for them to develop, the ESCO, the selected vendor, would develop what's called an energy savings plan. That energy savings plan is where us, as a group, as the city and the vendor, work together in order to formulate what would actually be implemented. That plan then goes to the state for them to review it and bless it, because it's a state mandated program, so the Board of Public Utilities reviews that, sends it back to us. And there's a third-party review that has to happen by an independent entity, which Gable can assist with, but could be any company that's capable of doing the math on ensuring that the savings are calculated appropriately. And then once all of that is done, the project goes to financing, and at that point it begins to be implemented. But the goal, and the reason we're suggesting a single ESCO for it, is because the entire time that would be the same company. They'd be responsible for developing and taking all of those steps at their own cost, and at the end, it's their responsibility to finance and implement the project. Now, the financing will lay out for us what the debt obligation is, and as per the state's program and law that there is, we have to be able to pay this off every year with a net positive cash flow for 15 years. So if it doesn't work, then it doesn't move forward beyond that, and it's the ESCO's responsibility to revise the plan accordingly.
Why you keep saying 15 years or 15 years?
Because the maximum term of an energy savings improvement program in the state is 15 years. You need a longer payback period in order to really realize the savings and the economics for some of the measures we're talking about. As you can imagine, a boiler, say in a building like this, is pretty expensive in order to replace. But if you do lighting at the same time, LED lights, which we know is a pretty significant savings, it kind of balances out, but that boiler still needs to operate and produce the savings for a number of years, and we need to measure it in order for that to realize the value and the savings that are associated with it.
So the vendor or whoever's going to be contracted for the energy savings plan will then implement a series of, make recommendations and a plan and implement it over the next 15 years. And did you say it was at their cost?
Yeah.
Meaning they're realizing they're off of savings or something, or like the arrangements with regard to the vendors who may be contracting.
They will be taking any incentives that are available, so they'll go through whatever direct install program or state-run New Jersey Clean Energy or PSE&G offerings as far as energy incentives go to buy down the cost of the project up front. They will implement the entire project in the first year, and then over the 15 years, they'll have to produce savings for us. So they'll be responsible for installing it and hiring contractors and the trades that are necessary to install it.
I think we already have this, don't we?
We have this,
Oh.
yeah. We have this.
It's part of the,
It's part of the pack. Yeah.
proposal.
That's the proposal there, the memo.
This is the pre-proposal.
Yeah. Part of this.
Memo is,
Is the memo the same as the proposal? Or they're different? No? Okay.
it's a separate document.
Did I give her the wrong way?
I think that was the proposal, yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, Marlene, you can stop that.
Wrong one. Wrong one.
I'm happy to answer lots of questions about this.
So for my, we have a lot more to do, so I'm just gonna, if there's agreement to go one more meeting, then I'll just ask my questions offline. and we can-
I guess so. Whatever we table, we should be wasting time.
Okay, council members, any other specific questions to
Yeah,
these folks?
just want to make sure that
Tabling it, right?
Withdrawing it.
this whole project,
Withdrawing it?
I spoke with
Okay.
business several times about issue, energy saving I brought issue since 2013. First step we do that before we even hire a consulting company, we should make sure that press PSN, change the street light to upgrade to LED first step.
Yeah, that's coming.
That's coming, right, yeah. I will write the recommendation letters for that.
Yeah.
So that street lighting improvement plans are not on here, right?
These are buildings.
Yeah, that's a separate. So now, second thing is this one. Order to bring up the energy saving plans, some area, as you say, hardware, equipment, we have to upgrade it. So those kind of things we don't, instead to pick up the cost of that things, maybe we cover by the cost by savings.
Correct.
That's what you plan to do, right?
Correct. The capital investment, instead of coming out of the
City
city, will
budget,
come
right.
from a third
From the
party,
saving.
and then you will pay back based on the budget you currently have for energy.
Right.
You will pay back what you're saving or what you're not paying to the utility will become your debt payment.
Thank you very much, okay. So in other words, we're gonna have energy saving plans gonna be in place without cost of taxpayer.
Correct.
But 15 years is too long.
Well, the savings is realized over 15 years. It doesn't take 15 years to realize the savings. Every year, you have to have a cash positive flow of energy savings, but it'll take 15 years to amortize the cost of the
The
project.
reason I say 15 years too long, 15 years later, there were another high-tech improvement we have to be, about time to we pay off, try to really see the cash value in the city of Jersey City, we have to upgrade all over again, you know what I'm saying? So,
We're gonna be back in 15 years, Councilman.
so those kind of high-tech areas, short-term period of time we'll pay back, you know what I'm saying? And then we can enjoy the savings much more smarter than, wait for 15 years.
There's a lot of investigation between now and then and a lot of input from the city to this process. So there's no way that by the time the plan is finished, that we wouldn't have had our voices heard on exactly the specific measures you
So
were.
I have the same feeling that Councilman James Solomon, they should be done by one package, you know what I'm saying? Instead of keep coming back, ask to prove, just one package, we can save the time, they can save the money, but too late.
No, that's the next step is to get one package to do the entire project. We
Yes.
have to do a bit of a planning exercise.
And the business administration, do me a favor.
Yeah.
This city council actually approved a lot of consulting, projects like the energy saving other areas. There any way we can get some kind of report for, after the consulting company finish the things, one is that the administration says hold the report. Some shows that there's some copy, so we know where we're standing. Not only this one, other projects.
All of them?
Yeah. We don't need a whole 120 pages. At least like a
Summary.
Summary for the
Of every
summary.
consultant, what they
we
did.
know.
So some of the consultants don't have like a fiscal impact like this will. Some are just sort of helping us write plans or other stuff. So.
Whatever we do, when we spend, approve the $50,000, $100,000,
Yeah.
end of the day, we should get some report for the consulting company, so we know that we spend $50,000, $100,000 at right place, right time, right amount. So other than that, we don't even know, because it says 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, so not many accounts people is elected 16. Yeah, so we like to have you share those things, okay? Can't you do that?
I'll work on it.
All right, good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's see. Let's do Carmen. Carmen has 1014. That's a resolution of the council authorizing program contracts under the CSBG for program year January 1, 2019 through December 31, 2019.
Yeah,
That's
they
a,
did.
that's a,
Yeah.
that's a CSP.
When I have any questions in regards to the CSBG grant, so this is separate from the HUD entitlement grant. I presented the grant recommendation back when I met with you about, with the HUD entitlement, but just to be clear, it's the CSBG grant, which is the anti-poverty grant. So we had about 30 applicants, we were recommending about 15. When I was here back in February, we were entering contract with, not entering contract, we were actually identifying the funds so that we could enter the contract here today. So what you have here before you is the resolution, the memo, and then the contract from the state for us to execute the work for this fiscal year.
Okay. Council members, did we previously approve this in another, like, one of those resolutions leading up to this?
Yeah, so it's identified here in order. It says on February 27th, the council authorized the acceptance and execution of the grant agreement between the city and DCA.
Okay.
Attached is a resolution authorizing the program contracts, right? So step one is authorization, step two is programming into contracts. That's what this resolution is.
I asked for this at the agenda meeting, and it's not included here.
Okay.
Is just a side-by-side comparison, 2018 awards and 2019, and any changes, if any, any delta from one award to the next, as well as anyone who may have been removed or added to the list.
So 2018 versus 2019 awards. So typically with this grant, it's a refunding grant, and because it's an anti-poverty grant, right, you're serving those that are extremely low income.
Yeah.
So our typical applicants, so it really should be like a refunding grant application, but I can get you that information, I can email it to you, so you can see who applied from 18, who applied from 19. And then in the spreadsheets that I gave you guys last year, typically lists out that award, but if you, I'll resend it.
Well, if you could send me just one document,
One document.
with the 1819, but then if you could also send me just separately if the other people want it, I'd like to see that full spreadsheet again. You've sent it before, yeah.
Yeah,
but
I'll
if you could send me again,
resend
just so
it.
I could see it,
Yep.
put it back at the top of my email box.
Got it.
Director?
Yes.
Okay, so we have actually one of the Garden States asked the homeless outreach program. We had a meeting with Council Whitworth and myself about the homeless issue. Because it's a John Square and the central areas, we have a serious homeless problem. And at the time of the meeting, that organization is going to be provide or come up plan to some homeless, what are they called, like a plan, a solution plan for so-and-so. And we are almost how many months, 6 months?
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
So from the time that you met, they haven't followed up. So
Yes, they say they're going to provide us some kind of plan to some come up solution for the homeless in Jersey City, but still we didn't see anything, you know?
Tell me, do you,
I think we met.
you were in that meeting, right, with us? With the Garden State Episcopal? Do you have the minutes from that meeting still?
Oh, you had a meeting too?
That's about the third meeting we've had with them.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we have, yeah, you was there too?
I was there.
Yeah. Well, at the time they promised us, right? Yeah.
I don't recall what the deliverables were.
They promised us, actually.
If you could get the minutes, and then if we could just take a
You
look
were
at
at
that.
one of the meetings. Yeah, you had the meeting, right, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. You stood on my side, so I forgot your face.
Reach out to them.
Reach out to them and set up a meeting.
Yes, and I called their office yesterday about that homeless issue in the Central Avenue. We have like 5 people hang around. I hope they reach out to homeless, not waiting for the homeless visit their office, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, so there was requests, now remembering, you had the requests for them to work with folks like Riaz and other folks on their
Yes.
activities and so forth, and they said that they've attempted and that they would make those efforts again to try to connect with them and work with those different groups.
The
as well.
reason we got the issue that we spoke with them, there was some civic association to help the homeless people.
Okay.
In a John Square, provide the lunch or the meals and so on. So
And when I asked them, did you ever see some organization reach out you guys to try to?
Yeah, to bring, no, they didn't say that, come on. They said that they would help. They said that they would try to help out. So they suggested they would bring a caseworker to some of those events and things like that and try to get them, I don't know, that's a fair question. We should ask them if they've started to execute some of that stuff.
When we give the $100,000, we want to make sure that where's the $100,000 service they provide.
Okay.
Okay,
That's it, thank you.
thank you.
Man,
Camera.
Dinah, you like,
You're on camera here.
Dinah Hendon is here. Folks, she's got ordinance 3.8.
I make you happy.
It's an ordinance amending chapter 260, rent control, section 260-1, revising the definition of, hold on folks, a fair return used in determining hardship application by the landlord. This is sponsored by Councilperson Waterman, and Dinah's here with the councilwoman to discuss that.
I've gotten quite a few calls on this.
From landlords?
No, not only landlords, but what you're gonna end up doing is driving more people, more seniors and stuff that are renting apartments, because a lot of your taxes are going up, your cost of keeping a building are going up, and then you're saying you can't raise rents except for a certain part. So what are they doing now? They're getting people out, they're doing things to get people out because they're not making a substantial profit on some of these buildings, the older buildings.
So
I'm not talking about the new buildings.
Hold on. Let's let Dinah explain, provide some context and background, and then we'll have our conversation.
Currently, the ordinance provides a hardship standard, meaning that a landlord can apply to, if they have a rent control building, they can apply for a rent increase if they can show hardship, which is defined in the ordinance as 6% above the prevailing passbook savings interest on their equity. And equity is defined as the cash contributions at the time of the closing plus any principal payments. And really, first of all, the 6% is just too high in this current economic market. This ordinance was passed in the 1980s when 6% was what people were getting on their passbook accounts. I remember those days. So, and right now, passbook savings are not earning anything. So we're not suggesting that we reduce this to 0, which would be completely comparable. We are using a fairer, what we consider a fairer rate of return on equity. And to tell you the truth, this 6% really benefits new owners who can come in with a lot of cash and can, within 8-9 months, apply to the rent leveling board for an increase based on that cash contribution that they've made. And all of a sudden, tenants, like your senior citizens who have been in buildings for a long time, are facing rent increases just based on the calculation under the language of this ordinance. There may be other issues with the ordinance, and Councilman Waterman knows that we are working diligently to see what we can do. But the fact that landlords are doing things that are not in compliance with New Jersey law and doing things to get tenants out that are illegal shouldn't, to my mind, shouldn't control whether you change this part of the ordinance. Because landlords are doing those things anyway, and we need to control that, and we're doing the best that we can to do that. But this, I think, makes it worse, having this 6%, because it's just more of an incentive. You're giving them even a greater rate of return when 6%, it's 6%, if you were making 6% in the stock market, you'd be licking your heels. So, as a standard. So, this just feels we saw this as a glaring mistake that needed to be corrected. It hasn't been, as I say, this ordinance was passed over 30 years ago. So to use the same standard now that when people were paying mortgage interest rates of 18%, it doesn't make any sense to me. So that's why we are proposing this.
So then, can I ask, why 2.5%? Why not 2% or why not 3%?
I leave that to the council, but we just thought that was sort of a fair.
You just wake up this morning, oh, 2.5 is reasonable?
Well, it just feels like, you know, if we said that at the time they were using the prevailing passbook savings account, which was about 6%, I actually looked online, it was about 5.5%, but if we, between 5.5 and 8% at the time. So if we use the prevailing interest rate now, it's 0.5 to 2.8. So I came out on the high side of that. So.
No. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So the rent control building, even though properties go higher, the property owner rent control not able to transfer that increase the tax to the tenant, period.
No, that's not true. There's another provision in this ordinance that if a landlord can't make their ends meet and can show that they are, you know, operating not, you know, this is another failing in the ordinance, doesn't have a base year, but we can help the landlord choose a base year, maybe the year before the tax increase, and say if your expenses are greater now than they were in that base year, the year before the tax increase, you're entitled to a rent increase to cover that cost. That is a completely separate section of the hardship application can be made based on this language or based on not being able to.
Because I'm not the specialist for the what are they called, the rent control. So, but major complaint about the rent control property owner is that even though property taxes go up, I cannot shift the increase to the tenant. That's number one complaint, was it? But you say they can do that.
They absolutely can.
They can do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, even City of Jersey, average tax increase is 2%. Average tax increase, property tax increase 2% because of the gap most of the time. And the next year, maybe this year, next year, when the school tax increases a lot. When you say tax increase, just municipal tax increase or increase whole property tax?
Their expenses.
All expenses.
All expenses. I can. It's in this hardship section.
Because we don't have that, you know, what you have, but we don't have it.
And again, Councilwoman Waterman and I we're working on other changes to the ordinance that will clarify this. But landlords have been known to and can right now apply for a rent increase. In the event that this is section 260-10, capital A, in the event that a landlord cannot meet his or her mortgage payments or operating expenses, or does not make a fair return. So it's either or. And what we're saying is this fair return that was enacted in 1986 doesn't reflect the current market conditions.
So now, I'm going to give you some idea. If it's stock market, as you say, if it's a return 6% is a lot, you know what I'm saying? 6% to return, but investor money stock market, the cost of the investing cost much less than real estate, because real estate means that they're a lot expensive for maintenance, you know what I'm saying? And especially oil price is very flexible. That sometimes some winter time price can be hit to $3.50 a gallon, close to $4, all those things, you know what I'm saying? So if I suggested, I'm not arguing with anything like that. You put your effort to try to help the people will leave in rent control. Why don't we do that? Because now if it's 6% down to 2.5%, they're almost 3.5% difference again. Why don't we do that? 2019 maybe a 5%, like a step down till reach that our goal 2.5.
concerned that you are not familiar with the mechanism of rent
No,
control.
I'm not.
Okay, so every, a landlord is entitled to raise the rent once in every 12-month period, and that can be raised consistent with whatever the CPI is in that month. So that's a given. So the rent control units, they don't stay at that rent. Their tenant is subject to a rent increase every year.
So let's say-
Whatever the, I'm sorry, whatever the CPI is.
Right.
What we're talking about here is some increase in addition to that.
Addition, so let's say this
Where a landlord
year's
can show a hardship.
2019 is a rent increase of 3%. But if we finance a hardship, they can add another 2.5 as a top of 3%, correct?
If they can show that they're entitled to an increase of 2.5%, well, in this proposal, 2.5% of the equity that they have in the building, which is the amount of cash that they paid at the closing, plus any principal payments to their mortgage. And you see, the problem is, as I say, a new owner who buys a building for a few $1 million compared to somebody who owned the building in 1986 and still owns the building and paid, give me a number of a $2 million building now, 200,000 maybe, or less, their equity is never going to equal what that, even if that new owner put down 20% or 20 cash. So you're really giving almost a windfall to people who come in now and pay a lot of money and pay a substantial part of it in cash. They can apply in 9 months for a rent increase on a rent-controlled building. I just think it's contrary to what you're trying to accomplish by having rent control.
Yeah.
It's just, so, and the reason we chose 2.5% is because, as I say, it's sort of, savings vehicles like CDs routinely earn now 0.5 to 2.8%. That includes CDs, not just, I mean, passbook savings accounts, do people make any money on them? I don't think so. So we're not even saying zero, and it's that percent plus whatever the passbook savings are.
So
I
then,
think that accomplishes what the intention was in 1986.
so instead of say 2.5%, we better say that we'll go to a savings bank, 18 months based on CD interest, whatever. I think that's a more proper way to do that because they.
Well, then you're talking 2.5%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
all it is.
So about 2.5%, but next year, you never know, interest go up like a 3%, then your argument today is a lose ground. So if we say 2.5%, we just say that the rate will based on, savings bank 18 months CD rate. Then we don't have to change. Yeah, that makes sense because
that's not a bad idea. I can tell you this.
Yeah, you just say that 2.5% come up from the, savings bank 2.5% over 18 months. Then next year when you have a 3%, you're going to change again.
No.
As long as there's some standard, as long as there's some, whatever the
We just
bank
say
rate is,
savings
but-
bank 18%, 18 months, or the 24 months of CD, we're going to base on that interest. Then
I can tell you this,
Finish, Diane.
in the long run, I hope will go the way of Fort Lee, where that this ordinance was sort of copied from, where they don't use this this way of calculating hardship at all. So, but as an interim measure, I think that this is fair.
Okay.
And I think you're gonna cause more problems with landlords treating, especially as I said, seniors, and getting them out so they can raise the rents.
But you see, what you're saying actually is one of the reasons why we should lower this number.
Right, that's why.
Because we're giving them less incentive to do that.
Correct.
Right now, there's a huge incentive, not huge, but there is an incentive, 6% on their equity.
I think before you do this, you should sit down with some of the real estate people, some of the landowners, and speak to them, and you should have a meeting and find out. get there.
So my concern just
Too many rules and regulations.
that's one of the problem. But to me, let me repeat one more time. If we come out 2.5% because of the current savings CD, then we should be goal. Instead of point out 2.5%, we're gonna every year based on savings bank, 18 months CDs. We're gonna go with that. I think that's probably right to do it because that's the why you point 2. But then I'm gonna argue with you. Why not 3%? Why 2%? You got no ground to say that.
Well, no, I did. That's what we based
Yes,
it
but
on.
that's what I'm saying.
That's that higher end of what current
That's what I'm
savings
saying.
vehicles are
So
getting.
then, if we put their word, next year we don't have to change the numbers, the percentage. But 2 years later, we don't have to change because we set up formula already in place. I mean, that's the smarter way to do that. Other than that, 2 years, 3 years later, savings city, 5%, then what do we have to do? We're going to change to 5%? Then you know what? Not easy to change to 5% because why? Make a long story.
Yeah. Are we done?
You have any questions?
That's it? Okay.
Because the truth is,
So,
though, I understand what you're
I have a
saying. He
few
wants it
questions.
flexible. So go ahead.
So based
You
on
want it
CD,
flexible,
yeah.
right.
So
I
that's
see
why
what you're saying.
we
Go
don't
ahead.
change the percentage every year.
Go ahead.
And nobody get jammed in the middle of that,
He wants it flexible,
Yeah.
based on the market, CD market. I
That's the way
see
the
that.
reason
Go
I want
ahead.
to do that.
I'm not,
I don't know, law
If I
wise.
may.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
Uh, One of the lawyers, Tom Fadis, from
Okay.
governance, worked hand in hand with Dinah on this. It's not as simple as to say to follow the market. That's not the way rent control works. Tom Fadis did a lot of work getting to the 2.5. The rent leveling ordinance overall is very outdated. The hardship is extremely outdated, and what's happening now after the rebound is that we're having many issues. And the issues are that people's rents are being increased, as Dinah has said. And it's not as simple as just saying we're going to follow what CDs do. That's not where the percentage comes from. The percentage was actually fixed for many years, and it has been in many different cities. He's researched many different cities, not only in the hardship, but in the overhaul of the ordinance itself. And the formula itself may be flawed for Jersey City at this time. What this actually is, the 2.5, is somewhat of a temporary fix to get us to the next stage. Because there are problems, and the problems are that the tenants are coming in, and they're the ones that are being harmed right now. Overall, there will be issues on both sides if the 6% stays the same, because you have what you call old buyers as opposed to new buyers. And it's pretty complex. This was, like I said, this was a step to get us to the overhaul that is going to happen, but can't happen right away. Because Tom has done a lot of research, and obviously it's Dinah's division, and she knows rent leveling very well, but Tom did a lot of the nuts and bolts and money crunching and the numbers crunching in the background to try to come up with something that would buy that time. And if you're dissatisfied with that, I understand obviously it's up to you to either, put it up for a first reading or not. I believe it's up for a first reading. However, if there are questions or there's some alternative.
Speak to Tom.
Excuse me?
Speak to Tom.
Yeah.
Some proposal, yes, speak to Tom so that we can move on. But I
Yeah,
just
let's
needed
move on.
to jump in because it's not as simple as following a
It's not.
CD.
Yeah, so this is your first.
So, Councilman, if I may suggest, I would like to speak with Mr. Fadis and get more of that understanding of how he arrived at the number. If you all want to sit down with, so we can arrange for other members of the council can kind of sit down with him as well and get that information.
But there is some urgency if I may.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not looking to hold up, frankly. But, so, I just have a few questions. Can you provide, and it's not necessary for me for first reading, but just want information about this. How many hardship applications there have been filed to, say, over the past, let's just say over the past 3 years, if that's available? If you have dates, locations for addresses, that'd be great to have too, like where we're seeing these kind of hardship applications. And then also what the results of these hardship applications are. Are they realizing their increases? Are we denying them? Whatever the case might be. I'll discuss the thing with Tom Fadis and yourself offline about why we're using this fair return, because you alluded to Fort Lee. I'm not sure what their basis is for kind of determining hardship or not, or if they even allow that, I don't know. Like, so you can educate me another time, we don't have to open up that can of worms tonight. And then, and do they, when they come for a hardship application, do landlords register their rents before making that application?
They're required to, yes.
They're required to, okay. That's all I have. Anyone else have questions?
Yeah, you know, like I said, I know Joyce doesn't want to pull it, but this should be set down and discussed with various, not every building owner is a rich person. You know, there's 6 family, 7 family, 8 families, individuals, and this is going to affect them, and there's quite a few throughout the city. You know, and all we do is pass rules and regulations,
I agree,
rules and
Rich,
regulations.
but you want to be a
And it should be
landlord, it's
discussed.
responsibility. I agree, but if you want to be a landlord, this is responsibility.
Yeah, well, people have owned buildings for years.
2% is less.
You know,
I mean, people are being pushed out, they're being forced out.
So
I understand
this is
it.
what happened.
It's not an easy topic, it's not, I
Even
get
though
it.
we build the
I get
tax
it.
cemetery building, we City of New Jersey guaranteed the 12% profit. And whatever above the 12%, they pay excess profit to City of New Jersey. I don't know how much they collect, 2014, 15, 16, 17. And also, even though we build a new construction, there's a capitalization like a 5%, you know, 5.5. But we're talking about the people who provide existing rent control unit. When you say 2.5%, way low, and the people purchase a rent control building based on 6%, they're gonna be on certain negative impact there one. So my suggestion is that number one, if we can do that step by step, maybe this year 5%, next year 4%, 3%, the 2.5%, step it down so we minimize any negative impact for property owners who hold their rent control, or we just put in that the percentage rent based on, you just say that, you know, deposit savings account interest rate available in the municipality. This area, so whatever is there, that's what we're going to do. Then we don't have to look at the numbers every single year is right or wrong. They automatically yearly adjust, move on, you know. So I don't know.
The lawyer just explained, it's that complicated.
Yeah, but they
It's
say
just a hardship thing.
yes, a hardship is. But we can look at it. Other than that, the Tom have to show this council. He have to be proved that why he come up 2.5% mathematically. All right.
Okay.
We good.
Great.
Go ahead, you have, anybody else
But
have a question?
you know, good luck.
That's it. Thank you, Don.
Next victim.
Okay, actually, there's a couple more items, but you also have the, okay, so I'm gonna let the council have their pleasure on this. You got Airbnb, you've got the Grant Street redesign, and you've got Edmunds software. What's the council's pleasure on that?
Airbnb first? Yeah.
Airbnb?
Yes.
All right. Allison, I apologize, everyone. I know it's been a long night and your patience. Appreciate it. So Allison has number 9, 3-9. It's an ordinance, Airbnb.
Hi, everybody. I'm also here with Hannah Burgess from the Law Department. She worked heavily on this ordinance with me as well. I'm here in regards to the ordinance pertaining to short-term rentals, operation in Jersey City. So I know I've spoken to all of you about this already, so I'll be brief with my summary about it. So in short, this ordinance will establish permitting requirements and regulations for short-term rentals throughout Jersey City. Up until this point, there really hasn't been any guidelines, no permitting structure surrounding short-term rental operation in Jersey City. short-term rental platforms like HomeAway, VRBO, Airbnb have been operating in Jersey City for several years now. And when they first began operation, we really didn't know what the impact would be on the city itself, the residents as well. Some of it's been positive. It's allowed some of our residents to supplement their income by renting out a room in their homes or an apartment unit. But there's also been some negative impacts as well, with some complaints and concerns that I know many of you have received, as well as us on public safety, especially safety and security concerns, which are of the utmost importance to us. So now this ordinance was created to ensure that short-term rentals operate in a manner that puts safety and security of both the short-term rental user as well as the residents that live neighboring or in close proximity to these short-term rental properties at the forefront, and then ensures the property owners are held accountable and are responsible property owners as well. I'll take any questions.
Yes, Allison, didn't we just sit down last week? I think you were there, right? And you were there. But didn't you say that this is not gonna happen now for a couple of months, there's a lot of details to work out with the lawyers? Who was the attorney that was there representing? It was you.
Peter and I were
Wasn't this gonna be worked out because there were a lot more problems, and then Thursday we got this?
No, that's at our meeting, and we met with all the council people in groups of 3.
Yeah.
And all of our meetings, there were some small grammatical things, some clarification items that we did work on, but everything was sorted out and returned to you in a new draft that you received on Thursday, that encompassed all of those corrections or changes that all of you had suggested.
I think the issue might be that it goes into effect on January 1st, 2020.
Right.
Correct.
So, Council President?
Yes.
You know, I'm served the councilman how many? 6 years? Well, I see that there are a lot of different ordinances in here, but I can say that this is the most thoughtful ordinance ever I see. I thank you to your great job.
Thank you, Councilman.
You read every ordinance from here on in, please?
No, good. No, I'm telling you.
I'll
You try to regulating, because there were major issues Airbnb, the regulating, but you try to minimize negative impact in our economic in Jersey City.
Correct.
So I'm going to give you great, really, stand ovation, did a good job.
I think that's a first.
Yes, the first one.
Okay.
And also, they started January 1st of 2020.
Correct.
To give enough time to people make some kind of supplemental income,
Correct.
to not damage their financial.
Our main intent of this was not to abolish short-term rentals from Jersey City. We know it does help many of our residents, but we want it to work in a way that everyone can happily coexist. We didn't want to hurt anyone, and we think that this is the least negative.
Very good. And down the road, if you have some issue, concern, if somebody try to rent a sofa bed, you know what I'm saying? Those kind of give a major problem, then we can amend the
And we think
later.
that this,
Yeah.
when we did meet with you, you did come up with the whole couch surfing
Yeah.
issue as well, and we did address that.
Beautiful ordinance. Lots of love, Will.
Allison, didn't we bring up how you're going to enforce this?
Correct. So this is going to be enforced through the Division of Housing Preservation. I think Dinah left, but she is the director.
You can't enforce anything now in this city here. Like Saturday morning, they're working up in the big building, waking everybody up in the neighborhood, and there's nobody working on Saturday and Sundays. You know,
But we just
I
stay
mean,
focusing. I mean, we hear
No,
law.
we did discuss this during our meeting as
Yeah,
well,
we
and I
discussed it
did
quite well.
agree with you that I completely acknowledge that enforcement is an issue in the city. It's something that Brian, myself, the HR director has actually been working on hand in hand with a lot of our directors throughout the city, Anicia especially, as much of the enforcement falls under her.
So,
Mark Bunbury is the
Councilor
HR
Richie
director.
Bojana, if we have
there's
this
your
one-
problem right there.
No, when we have a problem this one,
See,
we
that's
have
not
a,
necessary.
Okay.
I mean, we
things in the
so we need
book
to
to
control it.
enforce. So,
No, that's a problem, Joyce.
But
You know,
you're
just
on
a-
camera here. Be careful what you say about people.
I'm not saying anything bad, Joyce, but there's a lot of problems going on, and they're coming out of that office down there. Speak to the people that work down there.
Okay, folks, let's,
so, I got no further question, really, thank you for your.
does anyone else have comments or questions regarding the ordinance itself?
No, you're just mine, right?
Councilman?
I have one thing I just wanted to
Sure.
share. Allison brought it up a little bit, but I just wanted to, my office has been working on a draft, and when the mayor had announced that he was doing it, we figured we might as well work together. But the big issue for me, downtown, I think probably at any given night has between 2,000 to 3,000 units that are on the short-term rental market, and it's hard to know exactly who's operating them, and this ordinance will allow for some of them and disallow for others. But I think it makes a huge impact on affordability, and that was the big reason I was working on it. So I just credit my Amanda, some of you met in my office, and working on just the research on it. So this is just a summary of the research specifically on affordability, and I'll pass it around to everybody. But basically, what it shows is that there's very, very strong evidence that when you increase the amount of these short-term rentals it significantly increases the price of rent.
Right.
So it just, it maybe seem like common sense, but I thought it was worth sharing the research we had done to kind of really, dig in and make sure that we could prove that. So the estimate in New York is that the average rent is up to, I think, $350 because of this. And as high as $700. That's one study, and then other studies show slightly different results. But it just gives you a sense. So, that's
not only rent increase, actually property value get increased.
It does as well. It makes properties increase. So
right direction we do.
Yeah. So I think it's important. And then, that was the big thing I just wanted to share with the council as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have a couple of comments and a question. But let me start with the question first. So, what are the implications here for the hotel tax that we collect currently on Airbnb?
So as we do currently, the agreement that we went into with Airbnb almost 4 years ago did implement this hotel tax. We do, I think, take in, 6%?
Yeah, it's
about $2 million.
2.1 million.
1.2 million, no?
Sorry, 1.2.
$1.2 million we collect hotel tax.
Yeah.
Correct. So this is something that, once we started working on this ordinance, we did, or operating under the assumption that Airbnb may break their agreement with Jersey City, and we would lose that revenue. But that's something that we, as the creation of this ordinance went through, we did account for it in the budget as well. So it's something that we know we're going to lose. There are permitting fees and everything in this ordinance as well, but that's by no means to make up for that revenue loss. It's strictly to compensate for the administrative costs of
administering the program.
Yes.
Can you provide the amount of hotel tax as a result of Airbnb over the past, since we implemented the agreement with them?
Yeah, we'll get that. We'll send it to council.
Okay. And then, when does that agreement expire?
It's in perpetuity, I believe. Yeah, I don't think it has an expiration on it.
It is mutually terminable by either party with 30 days notice.
But there is no effective end.
There's nothing we renew. It's not like an annual thing.
So they could terminate it and then
Correct.
we'd be done. And
Within 30 days. They can't just,
30 days.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then, do we have an option to legislate that? Is that feasible?
It goes to taxing powers, which that's a little trickier than just using that as a way to generate revenue. However, I can get that answer to you then.
Okay. And I just want to concur with what Councilman Solomon. So I will admit, when we first enacted the agreement with Airbnb, I didn't really give it a whole lot of thought in terms of the implications of what Airbnb. I don't think many people knew what the implications were, I guess, back then. But Councilman Solomon shared some of this with the Harvard Business Review study, talking to some other advocates around this, and just really recognizing as we have this, as Councilwoman Waterman and Robinson have pointed out, and everyone's kind of talked about tonight with regard to affordable housing, the impacts of gentrification and just how Airbnb, while I know other folks, there are positives for other folks and there's some people are benefiting. My understanding, as I was informed, there was 3,000 units in Jersey City on the market last year and over 1,000 hosts, right? So that's a lot of affordable units that are off the market. Or not affordable, just units in the market. And when the basic laws of supply and demand, the way they are, if you have high demand for properties and there's less supply, then rents are going to go up. And that's what we're seeing in Jersey City as a result. So I'm going to take a closer read of this in terms of, it sounds like from ostensibly that it moves in the right direction, I would say. The one thing I just wanted to ask the council to consider is possibly doing an additional public hearing. Wanted to see about calling for an additional public hearing on this. There are going to be implications for people who both are hosts and are, and just talking to a few people already, they're clearly not, some have expressed when I shared with them that they're not pleased. I've told them my position and where I think I think this is probably moving in the right direction on this stuff. And then there are other folks who are really strongly opposed for the affordable housing reasons, but also for other reasons, which quality of life and other things that people have raised. Well, my last request is there was a committee, if I could get a list of the members of the committee, and all that stuff. So, council members, if you could, will consider, I'm thinking just a separate public hearing just on this, just like we did similar for Bayfront. I think there's implications citywide for everyone around this, from literally from Ward F and Greenville section where people are using, I know, Airbnbs to obviously downtown, we all know, and then the Heights as well. If you would contemplate to consider doing that, and we could cap the public hearing. I talked to the law department about that, and cap the number of the time for speakers as well, so that we're not, we don't have it getting out of kind of too lengthy or too long on that stuff. And if that makes sense for folks. Okay.
I agree. I mean, I think it's a big enough.
Even though
it's contemplating a huge change. You're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna want to come speak to us. So I think having an additional public hearing allows for, sort of, in essence, serves as a hearing to hear all these different perspectives prior to the actual time you're voting.
we tried to expedite the planning to January 1st, 2020. So even though we called the public hearing to bring up the let them general public give opportunity to speak of their opinion, nothing wrong with that. But only one thing I can say, the hotel said we collected 7%, and the last year we collected around $1.2 million, means that almost we have close $18 million of market in here, just Airbnb. It's a huge market. Because of that, that helped big time boost the local economic location about it. When you $18 million that they're spending, consuming help in Jersey City area, you know what that means? They create a job and they make people stay with steady job. So we not kill any issue, but we try to make sure that when you come in Jersey City, in other words, behave. We're not going to stop you, but behave, and to continue, spend the dollar in Jersey City. So one more time, I got no problem. Yeah. But very thoughtful, really. I try to find out every angle, try to buy something, but not this one. That was very good. I give you a lot of credit.
So, question, have we, or have council members been receiving, I guess, a lot of emails surrounding this? Because I really haven't had anybody reach out to me about it.
I haven't.
Like, is
So
the time,
I've
a
received,
lot of that
I wouldn't say
content
emails,
not
I've received a
sufficient?
lot of verbal communications. People have approached me about this. And
That's
I've had meetings with people about it.
They have caught wind that we are doing this. They did several weeks ago at this point, and they actually sent out an email to all listers of Airbnb in Jersey City with an email telling them that the mayor was working on this ordinance in regards to short-term rentals, and there was a button that they could click if they wanted to send an email to the mayor saying that advocating on behalf of not doing this ordinance or whatever the case may be. In total, I believe we received 5 emails of the entire.
I haven't received none.
I'm just asking,
Yeah,
is
there's
there going to
one.
be enough people for us to,
Right.
for it to garner a special
None.
meeting?
I mean, we won't know until it's.
My sense, Airbnb could send out an email, but I don't know, my sense hasn't been well publicized. My honest sense is, I think most people don't know, it's my honest sense, but.
Yeah, I don't think most people know, and I
I
think
don't know if they'll write a story tonight.
they'll know soon enough. It's,
Yeah, I mean, it's public now.
at least after Wednesday, they'll know.
Yeah, yeah.
And in doing that, can we legally put a cap and then, stop minutes, and tell people you only have 2 minutes to chat and to talk?
I mean, it's my understanding you can. Some people have suggested to me, like, say you have a one-hour hearing and you've got 30 people in the room and they all want to speak, and you say 60 minutes, 2 minutes each. Like, some people have suggested, I'd have to consult with the clerk and the law department on that, but
And we'll speak, but I think there are reasonable limits that can be placed on public comment.
Yeah.
Or we could do it a separate evening if we think it's gonna be a Katniss, like a teen monument.
It would be a public hearing in 2 weeks and then another public hearing? Or-
I was thinking between now and second reading, an additional meeting, unless council people want to do the public hearing and then defer to, I'm not stopping the ordinance from a vote, I'm not suggesting that at all, so I just want to put that on the record, right? I just think, if we haven't seen the public comments, they're going to come, and folks are going to be motivated, I think, ultimately, and we should hear people out and hear their concerns about it, and you know, there may be unintended consequences that we may not be aware of at this point, or at least I'm not aware of, that I'd like to hear from the public about on this stuff. A lot of people are using it. That's just, we know a lot of homeowners and property owners are now using it, and as much as my position is stated here publicly, so I'm committed to kind of moving forward with it, but let people have an opportunity to kind of let us hear what their thoughts and concerns are. And I know I've talked to a couple of council people about this, and they know of other people who are not looking at this very favorably at this point, like they reliance on this income, right?
I haven't received anything, so I mean, we could vote to introduce it, and somewhere in the middle, if y'all want to call a public meeting, then we can do that. I mean, that's the best thing.
We can have a separate meeting for it.
That's what I'm saying.
After properly advertising, you guys decide by Wednesday.
Okay. We'll decide by Wednesday, okay?
Right, but we'll push it, you know, if it goes forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what was it?
We'll decide by Wednesday when we'll have a meeting and try to figure that out.
If we're gonna have that much volume, we should always separate these things out so that we're not doing.
You know, Alice, I can say that yesterday I got a complaint. It's an Easter holiday. 20 kids, young kids, hang out in a two-family house, make so much noise. Neighbor going crazy, really. You know what was it? Airbnb. And they have no license, so we tried to contact with them, no way to contact. So one of the neighbors knows the owner. The owner lived in the crib. So we called them up, let them come down, straighten it out. It's a major problem now, you know?
Yes.
So I wish it started tomorrow, but unfortunately we can't. So.
Which we could start it tomorrow. Okay.
No, really.
So we also, so my feeling is, I agree with you, we need to change things, and I also, there are people who have adopted this new technology and this new way of living and so forth, and so we want to let people know and make them aware of the changes, and I mean, January is certainly a generous amount of time for folks to kind of adjust their lives around this stuff, this new reality for them.
So that's why we give enough time for 6 months to adjust themselves, you know?
Okay?
Yep.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, again, Grant Street redesign or Edmonds?
It doesn't matter, we're gonna be here the same amount of time.
They got a bunch to
Edmonds.
so you just.
What was it?
Whatever.
Who want to get, whoever sits there first, if that's.
We have a
These guys are up.
If there's any meters running, let's get to the meters that are running.
Whoever want to come.
Marka, Andrew, and Chip? No, I'm saying, come on up.
That's what we said.
So you guys have got the Grant Street redesign, they also got several ordinances and resolutions between the three of them.
But Andrew, before you study, tell your wife I'm not a plumber.
Sorry?
I called Andrew, his wife thought I'm
Oh,
the
yeah.
plumber to call.
My wife called Councilman.
She waited for the plumber, so when I called, she thought I'm the plumber.
Yeah. She'll call. She's like,
What's the first one you're here for, Council President?
is this the plumber?
What's the name you're here for?
They're going to present about the Grant Street redesign, and then they have multiple ordinances and resolutions.
Okay, so
this is not in the package.
This is not on the.
It's not in the package.
That's why
Okay,
it didn't make sense to me.
okay.
Would you like for us to go with the items on the agenda first, or?
No, sure you
I think you did the redesign
do
first.
your rap first.
Great. Good evening, council. I'm here today to provide an update on the Grant Street project and to talk about how we would like to advance the project.
So before I do that, I just want to give a brief update, not an update, but an overview of what the project entails as a refresher. So the purpose of the redesign is to primarily provide bike facilities, protected bike facilities for the vast majority of the Grand Street corridor. That would have the added benefit, the significant added benefit of improving safety along the corridor. We're anticipating, we're projecting that there would be a 12% reduction in vehicle crashes and a 62% reduction in pedestrian crashes as a result of the design. We're doing this also keeping in mind potential traffic impact. We went through 3 iterations of the project, figured out that all of them really weren't feasible in terms of traffic impact. So we kind of created a 4th alternative that mixed a lot of the elements of each of them together. And we landed on a project that we think balances all of the needs of the city and the traveling public, both from a traffic perspective and a safety and mobility perspective. And also keeping in mind parking impacts, the alternative that we chose largely would not have any impact to parking. So the way we want to advance the project is to implement the west segment of the project first. The west segment is, I'll generally divide the project by the turnpike extension. So the west part of the project being west of Mercelli Street, so the turnpike extension runs north-south in this area. Mercelli Street, obviously parallel to the turnpike, and we'd be advancing the project in the westerly direction. So the way that this exhibit is laid out, there's a match line here. So this is traveling west, and that begins again on the top right of this page, and that'll bring you to the junction where I'm pointing right now. We plan on advancing the west segment first. We hope to do that late spring, early summer. The reason we're doing that is obviously to advance the project as quickly as possible. And the west segment of the corridor is a generally simpler cross-section than the east segment. This implementing the project in halves also gives us the opportunity to observe the project in reality and make adjustments as needed. I don't want to overlook the fact that the east segment of Grand Street also carries much higher traffic volumes, so it's beneficial that we move forward with this segment first for that reason. So one of the very next steps that we hope to move forward with is to introduce an ordinance for council's consideration at the next meeting, because there are some changes that need to be made to the code to allow for this project. There are a number of parking regulation changes that would be needed to make that we would need to make on Grand Street, and I would say the most significant change that we would make along the westerly segment of the corridor is to convert Johnston Avenue, which I'll point out right here, to a one-way northbound road. And the reason for that is to simplify that traffic signal in order to increase the capacity of it. Because currently the traffic signal is giving time to 3 approaches. By making it one-way northbound, we would only have to give time to 2 approaches, which makes it increases the capacity in the westbound direction, which is the direction that we are reducing travel. So northbound is to the top of the page, west is to the left. In addition to the ordinance that we propose to submit for council consideration, we are also working on a number of technical issues that we would need to address and get right before we advance the project. So one of the first ones is traffic signal upgrades. We want to be very cautious and careful with how we proceed with the project while keeping in mind traffic impacts. So we're proposing entirely new timing directives for all of the traffic signals along the corridor to optimize the traffic flow. In addition to that, we also want to be able to measure the traffic impacts of the project. So what we're doing is installing, sometimes it's referred to as a ITS, or Intelligent Transportation System technology, where we would be able to put a few pieces of hardware in each traffic signal and be able to gather traffic turning movement counts through the intersection, as well as travel time throughout the corridor. And we'll be able to compare traffic before the construction and after the construction. In addition to that, we're working with NJ Transit to get their approval on the bus stop designs that we're advancing. In speaking with NJ Transit, they have a number of questions related to how the buses would interact with the cycling facility. We're confident in our ability we're confident in our ability that the design is correct. It's designed to federal guidelines, but that's an ongoing discussion with them. And the last I'll point out is we have to select a protective barrier that we're going to be using to protect the cyclists from the from the vehicle lanes. The barrier that we're contemplating right now is, I'm sure some of the council is familiar with the sort of movable barriers that had been used on Route 139 during construction. They're sometimes referred to as zipper barriers, meaning there's a machine that runs along the length of the road and can physically move the barriers very quickly. So that product has a more cycling barrier alternative to it. So that's the design that we're currently looking at right now. So that's an overview of the project itself and how we plan on advancing it. And again, we hope to we plan on introducing an ordinance at the next meeting to sort of formalize all of the changes that we're discussing here. I should also point out one additional point is we're proposing to remove 2 bus stops along State Street because they're essentially very close to other bus stops that are at signalized crossings, and so for that reason we feel that it's safer to have them at signalized crossings. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council? Council Sullivan?
I have a few, but I want to.
Anyone else? Council Robinson?
Okay, so I guess a couple questions. So what is the anticipation for the east section in terms of timing and design, etc.?
If we can implement the west segment and we're satisfied with the way that we were able to mitigate traffic, we would look to do the east segment as soon as possible.
So would that be, what is it, like how long of a study, how long would you want to analyze the traffic impacts before moving?
I think within the summer is perfectly feasible.
Okay, summer of 19.
Yes, this summer.
Okay. And so with just the I am eager to move quicker rather than slower, but the one question I have is, my understanding is the MUA is planning a sewer redo on Grand, and how does that coordinate with what you guys are thinking?
Yeah, so I don't think that there is a timeline set for that project yet.
Okay.
And the way that we're looking to advance the project, there would be essentially no physical impediment, meaning that we could go back, we could change the cross-section to accommodate the MUA's construction if we needed to. So we could open up the street to have additional capacity or additional travel lanes in a sort of temporary traffic control measure.
So the good thing about doing this in paint, what this first phase is gonna be, is that you can just move the paint and change the paint when the MUA does construction. But the other thing is also, the MUA's plans, if and when they move forward, will be to probably reduce the travel lane somewhere. We're already doing that here with the paint, so it's gonna be much less of an impact on the traffic at that time.
Okay, and so you would hold off on any of the non-paint?
We wouldn't we would just do paint to make the plan work here, and then we would do concrete after, and the physical permit change afterwards, yeah.
Sure. So, I mean, the one specific issue that I have with delaying is the intersection of Grand and New Jersey, because, I mean, it's distinctly unsafe, and I get a pretty steady stream of constituent complaints about it, and I have sort of said to people, well, this Grand Street design is coming, it's gonna potentially remove a travel lane, that should slow speeds, et cetera, et cetera. So is there anything we can do now on that specific intersection, to sort of make it safer with paint as you're doing the west side, so that intersection is not, doesn't have to wait, potentially ideal until the summer, but in another scenario, potentially even longer?
Yeah, we could definitely look at that. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but take a close look at it.
Okay, and then for that second section over there, do you have a design concept as well, like this, that you can share?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So this is just taken directly from
the
presentation of the report. I think it's still on the website, grandstreetstudy.org.
Okay.
This is alternative 4, and you'll be able to see the.
So it's all alternative. Whatever alternative 4 was hasn't changed.
Exactly. We're fine-tuning the design to accommodate, new bus stop designs and a few other tweaks, but it's largely what you see on those concepts.
Okay. And I guess one question is, if we're doing just a segment study, I mean, do you think that this segment has enough connectivity to truly have a good study so that you're going to usage, because especially because you've got the turnpike extension right there, which is a pretty big barrier. Do you think someone who might use it is going to say, well, I'm not going to use it because I don't want to have to navigate the difficulties of the extension, and then so the data will actually, they won't show the true potential need for it?
Are you referring to cyclist usage?
Yeah, cyclists in particular. But
we are by no means, we won't decide to not implement the easterly segment based on cyclist usage. We recognize that unless there's a true connection that we can't expect, cyclists to use it immediately.
Right.
So,
And we know that there's a need for this corridor because it connects so many neighborhoods, especially for cyclists. So we know the need is there, and it's more so to test the design in this interim quality with paint and plastic and those types of materials to refine the design itself before we move to final design and construction, more so than the usage by the cyclist. So this is a test and not the final?
This is our next step in moving towards the final. So I wouldn't call it a test, it's like the interim implementation to get us closer to the final implementation.
Councilor Robinson?
I see the green going all the way to Arlington Park. I thought we were going to turn down Garfield Avenue and head to Berry Lane Park.
you're absolutely right. This concept is old. The design that we're advancing would, the cycle track would continue onto Garfield Avenue, then onto Community Avenue, and eventually connect to Berry Lane Park right here.
Okay. I think that was really it, the only question that I had. I thought, I knew it was going to Berry Lane, because I didn't want to touch anything on Grand Street section because of the parking, the two-way streets and parking on both sides. And I was in a community meeting the other night that almost went crazy. I think it's good because you're not even taking parking off the streets there.
So I have, let me take it back a little bit, just, so 4 alternatives, this is alternative 4, so there were 3 other alternatives contemplated.
Yes.
And then ultimately arrived at this one, just based on internal kind of discussions, or is it?
No, it was we had, I think, 3 formal, larger sized public meetings. We also had a presence at 2 farmers markets along the corridor, one at Arlington and I think one at Van Voorst Park. We provided all the alternatives for the community. They voted at the last public meeting. Essentially, the voting was equal between many, if not all, of the alternatives. There really was no consensus from the public. We feel strongly that alternative 4 is the best option for a number of reasons. One is it would have the least amount of impact to parking, which we recognize is a very significant issue, quality of life issue for residents. And number 2 is the impacts to traffic. Some of our traffic assessments of the other alternatives were showing that travel times along the corridor during peak hours would double or triple in certain cases. I want to be careful when I talk about traffic impacts being the deciding factor when we're talking about these projects. It's my belief that it shouldn't be, and the reason for that is these roads, for the most part, experience very high levels of traffic for 1.5 to 2 hours of the day, and I think it's a good discussion to have about what we value, the safety of our residents for 22 hours of the day, or commuters who travel our streets for 2 hours of the day. I think that's an important discussion to have. I think in a lot of ways Grand Street is a difficult road to have that discussion because it carries 30,000 vehicles per day, so we're not talking about an incremental delay, but that's something that I anticipate that we'll be talking about for a lot of our projects going forward.
So, I mean, did traffic win out over pedestrian?
I'm sorry?
The traffic impact, or minimize the traffic impact, or win out over pedestrian? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we're actually seeing very, very comparable impacts to, first I think alternative 4 provides a very high-class facility, protected cycle track, bike lanes essentially the entire way. It would be a total of 3 miles of protected bike facilities, of which the city has 0 currently.
I think the longest in the state, I believe.
I would imagine.
I don't know if there are any others.
Can't imagine. I can't even think of a project that's comparable to this at the state level, especially if you consider the complexity of this project and the amount of volume that this road carries. I can't think of a comparable situation. But to the point about safety, this alternative is proposing, we anticipate that it'll have a 62% reduction to pedestrian crashes, and I believe that was very comparable between all the alternatives.
Okay.
Yeah, the only real significant difference would be 2 of the alternatives had 25% fewer vehicle crashes, and we're proposing 12 with this alternative. Not proposing, we're anticipating.
What about the build out of the Jersey Avenue Bridge? Did you factor that in? What?
Yeah, so that's another reason that I should have pointed out earlier why we're advancing this segment as opposed to the easterly segment. The concept development study assumed that the Jersey Avenue Bridge would be constructed based on the timeline that we were thinking about for both projects. The Jersey Avenue Bridge obviously hasn't been constructed yet. So what we're doing right now is conducting another traffic study to see what the impacts would be to Grand Street, specifically in the easterly segment, if the Jersey Avenue Bridge doesn't exist. We're still confident that we can mitigate the traffic impacts, but we need to take a closer look and develop essentially new signal planning directives to update those signals.
So, I'm not familiar with the other alternatives, and probably mentioned to me in the past, memory's not the same as it was.
Sure, I can look at
But in terms of like the barrier itself, so I was just in Manhattan yesterday, and actually this morning as well. But I saw that they used like the parking lanes as like barriers, right? So was that contemplated as like as a possibility?
Yes, that will be in alternative 4. That will be in one segment on the westerly segment.
Great.
I believe between Fairmont Avenue and Prior Street where the road widens quite a bit. So we're anticipating using parking protected bike lanes there. The rest of the westerly segment will likely be protected by that concrete barrier that I was discussing before. And along the easterly segment, east of the Turnpike extension, there will be, I would say, significant lengths that will be parking protected only, much more than we'll see in this segment.
Okay, and then the reaction by Bike JC and what's the other one?
Safe Streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been generally favorable of the project. In speaking with Bike JC, they're very much in favor of the project. I think the one, I guess, comment or criticism, if you could call it, about the project is that we're not connecting Grant Street all the way to Bram Hall Avenue, putting bike facilities along that segment. But we recognize that it would be very difficult and challenging for that community to lose such a high level of high amount of parking. So we did compromise in terms of bike facilities on actually both extremes of the corridor, both in the Paul's Hook neighborhood and along Arlington Park. So our compromise on the westerly segment is to, as Councilman Robinson was saying, bring it to Berry Lane Park. And our compromise on the easterly segment is to divert the eastbound cyclists to York Street rather than lose probably 40 or 50 parking stalls in the Paul's Hook.
Okay, council members, anything else on this?
Nope.
Okay, you want to run through the rest?
Yeah,
A bunch of stuff on the
Before we
agenda?
start, I have one question. Who handles the light signals? Because I heard you say that adjusted the light signal on Johnston Avenue. Because on Carney, we turned it into the one-way. It still goes green for Carney Avenue.
So that intersection is a little unique in that we're using that phase where you see the green and there's no vehicles. That's for the pedestrians as well. So we have not gone back and physically removed that traffic signal head, but we wouldn't. That time would still be used because it's currently being used by pedestrians to cross Ocean Avenue.
Okay. Okay, so let's start with your ordinances.
So
we have 3.5 and 3.6.
Number 5 is an ordinance that would establish angled parking on Winfield Avenue. This is a concept that we've been working very closely with Councilwoman Ridley on, and we are projecting an increase of approximately 8 parking spaces by making this change.
Great.
Number 6 is an ordinance that would formalize a condition that already exists at the intersection of Clerk and Forest. Essentially, just one of the streets intersects the other at a T. Cars have to stop, but there's actually no stop sign there. So we're just formalizing that. And the one other item I have is a resolution number 34, which would award the maintenance contract for the maintenance or repair, emergency maintenance and repair of our traffic signals.
It's extending Gen Electric, right?
This is for Gen Electric, was the lowest responsible bidder. The contract would be for 1 year with 2 options to renew. This vendor has had the maintenance contract with the city for I think around a decade by now.
Since we've privatized it.
Yeah, and they've done excellent work in my opinion.
So let me ask you about this. Anyone have questions on this?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so this contract, like the people who work on this, like what are what's their background or occupations? So I'll just get right to the point, which is $1.7 million. I've talked about in the past kind of insourcing, these are outsourced, and said why not have local people do these sort of works? I don't know what the work entails, so I know of a couple of electricians in other municipalities who work on traffic signals and other things like that over there. None of them that I'm familiar with are like engineers or anything like that, so I mean, they seem like they're electricians and things of that nature. Just curious what the type of job specs are for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The people that are working on the traffic signals are certified electricians, or levels of certifications. Our contract actually calls for 2 levels of certifications. So yes, that's the condition.
So I'm just gonna, because I've mentioned it a couple of times, and I think with regard to this, and as well as some other contracts, particularly kind of street and road kind of stuff, that it seems to me that we could insource and again kind of bring some of this work and bring kind of local. It's an annual contract that we do.
We used to,
right?
we used to, Councilman.
And we used to have people who did it here in the city, right?
And
So
they retired, and
we just decided to outsource it, but what we need to do is kind of train people for these positions, and literally, again, kind of local economy. We can keep these monies inside of Jersey City and local hires and so forth around that stuff, and find, I mean, they're not engineering jobs, and we're not, I mean, certainly we could have to put the training dollars in to allocate $1.7 million annually to have people do this work here in Jersey City.
This is a one-year contract?
What's that?
with renewable for 2 years after.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying, let me be clear, I'm not suggesting we
No,
not
but I'm just saying,
stop
he
this
could,
contract at all.
he'd be looking out.
But we should be planning
Right.
for a future of like being able to like
That's it.
hire locally and,
right.
And try to bring these jobs in. I mean, do the fiscal analysis on what it would take to insource, and like, obviously there are benefit costs and all that sort of stuff and as well. But I'd love to see the financial analysis. We did it with, we talked about it for engineering, as a kind of, instead of going outsourcing some of these engineering contracts, we're hiring internally or suggesting that people can just do this job internally. I'm not sure why we can't find a way to accomplish that here with this sort of work.
So look for the future.
Understood, thank you.
Thanks.
That's
Okay, Barker, do you want to finish it out? And 1028.
10:30.
Barker
Yeah.
has a resolution authorizing the award of a competitively bid contract to Arrow USA to provide professional planning services for the development of a parking management plan.
Good evening, Council. So this is a grant that was a competitive grant that we applied for through the NJTPA that we were awarded last year to develop a parking management plan for the entire city. The grant is 80% federal share and 20% local match, so the total grant amount was $300,000. The local match is $60,000. In December, this council approved a resolution to authorize competitive contracting. In January of this year, we released an RFP. In February, we received 6 proposals in response, and the selection committee reviewed all of them and scored them. And the proposal that was scored the highest by the greatest number of committee members was the one by this firm, which is called Arab. They have sub-consultants on their team, Fitzgerald and Halliday, or FHI, which has previously done work for us in Jersey City. They helped us develop our pedestrian enhancement plan. And Rachel Weinberger and Associates, who is internationally known as a parking and travel behavior expert. Arab itself has done the parking management plan for Hoboken most recently. They've also done curbside management plans for Lower Manhattan, congestion analysis for New York City, and their sub-consultants have, especially Rachel Weinberger and Associates, have done New York City's parking blueprint. She's worked in Boston and Atlanta and helped them develop their parking plans. She has previously been a professor at UPenn, teaching about travel behavior and congestion and parking. She's very widely known. So the study itself includes the following tasks. We'll start with data collection and create a citywide inventory of all public and private, to the extent that we can, on-street and off-street parking inventory that we currently have in the city, just to get an understanding of what supply we have. Then there will be an analysis of the data and modeling of the data, both in spreadsheet format and spatially, so we can see where the parking is located. There will be extensive outreach throughout the course of the study. The consultant will then help us develop recommendations, which will include taking a closer look at our zoning and our regulations to see where we can right-size regulations, and also optimize the parking supply that we do have, analyze where we have overbuilt parking, where we have underbuilt parking, and we'll get the final report, which will include a plan for how to implement any of the recommendations that are offered. Also, what actions we need to take just in terms of managing within the city, who handles parking, what divisions are in charge of what, and how we can streamline the process between parking enforcement, between zoning, between the private garages and the third parties that they contract out to for the developments. And so because this is an NJTPA funded study, and it's federal dollars, the study has to close out May 30th, 2020. So we were initially hoping for a 15-month-long study, just to be as comprehensive as possible. But because of some delays, it's looking like it's going to be a 12-month study now.
So can I ask, Done?
Done.
Yeah. So you know that the resolution 1025, that's the city, the master plan of the city of New Jersey. So that plan and this plan have to work together, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So they have some, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Other than that, the parking management plan will use this without understand the master plan of Jersey.
We agree.
You're gonna do
Yes.
that, right? Yeah. And then they're gonna make a recommendation. Yes, Jersey Heights needs 5 parking, not have to creative, something like that, right?
We'll
I'm
see with
sorry,
the
what?
study, right?
Yes.
He's trying to get some from the Heights.
If that's what we hear from the public and that's what we see, then that's what we'll recommend.
Yeah. Because what we have the issue is that we have a Zone 16 parking in the permit in the Heights area. They have some concern with people because we now try to 1 year, so they have something issues, concern. So I told the people we gotta wait till to the citywide parking management plan and the city master plan. So after that, we maybe amend what we have now.
Yes.
Other than that, we gotta put a sticker in and out, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna wait for that.
Yes, and they'll look at all the zones. They'll also look at newer developments like Park Mobile and
Yes.
any data that's collected and how that could help us come up with more strategic recommendations.
Okay. So we like to have some kind of, if we get the, the May 30, 2020, so whatever they do, certain area finish that their study, can we give us some copies so at least
Yes.
we can respond to people,
Yes, and in addition, so one thing that we were sure to include in this study that's a little bit different from other transportation studies we've done is that we usually have a technical advisory committee just for the technical aspects of the study to oversee the consultant's work and to tweak things wherever they're needed. For this study, we're going to have that as well as a stakeholder committee. So that will be made up of council members who are interested, of community leaders, of whoever, residents or people who just have some stake in what we're discussing and can represent the needs of the community in a way that would be beneficial to this study. So there are ways for people to stay involved throughout the course of the study,
Okay, yeah.
but if that's not possible, just because of time or whatever it may be, we'll produce technical memoranda regularly that we'll share with the council as things are developing.
Yeah, but at least even though time is limited, they have some kind of community meeting have to conduct.
Definitely, yeah.
Yes, okay.
We have more community meetings proposed in this study than we've had for any other study.
Okay, great, thank you. So no time, we're gonna walk right away.
Right away.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Any other
No.
questions?
No. Good.
This is we wait a long time.
Just to make sure.
Thank you.
This is company.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark, I apologize. Could I get a couple things, just the members of the selection committee,
Sure.
and then just, if you have it, a matrix of some sort of the various 6 bids, and
So the, in the evaluation report, which should be in the package, is a summary of the entire process we went through, who was part of the committee.
No, I
think it was
all of the-
It was email.
It was like 100
It
pages.
was a million
So
pages.
it's an attachment that Marlene emailed like on Friday.
I'll resend
Okay.
just the report with all of that information.
sorry, I'm not on top of my emails.
So, Matt, you heard that, right?
I'm at the
City
bottom.
master plan
I just
have
I just did a summary of the,
I
I just did a summary of the different comparative.
Sure.
I'll look at the report, that's fine, I'll find it. Okay, Bernadette, Edmonds, and so Bernadette has 1022 and 1044. We'll start with 1022, which is a resolution authorizing a payment to Dell for the leasing, purchase, and return of various desktop computers.
So we finished out the lease, we bought the new equipment, but we had some overlap in time for the Dell equipment that needed to be returned. We were in, if you will, an argument with Dell over how much money we should be paying them to finish this out. And the money that we put in the budget, this represents less than that. So we did better than we thought we were going to do. But this is money that is owed to them for the final payments and the lease, and we will be returning a small number of computers to them. It turned out that we kept the other ones long enough that it's just better for us to just hold on to them and dispose of them ourselves.
Okay, council, any questions on that? No. Okay, your next item is 1044. That's a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to Software House International Corporation for the purpose and implementation of a tax application software for the tax collector's office under state contract funded by the Department of Administration, Division of Information Technology.
So we're basically the funding arm for this.
Yeah, Edmonds guys are, you guys want to come up or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Great.
You know, you weren't here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really won't speak on it,
Yeah.
I'm buying it.
So I'm just going to ask, I'm going to initiate before these gentlemen speak. The tax collector?
She resigned.
She resigned, okay. So I'm going to reiterate my same thing that I said for last caucus, which is I would think that we should, that the purchase of this application should be recommended by a tax collector who's responsible for this implementation, right, ultimately, right? So no disrespect, gentlemen. I've been informed that Newark adopted your technology at one time, and then they've since reverted back to the systems that we have currently here in Jersey City, right? So I've heard concerns about Edmonds and its ability to be able to handle, to have the modules and the tools, I guess, that are, I'm not intimately familiar, I don't know how the software works, but I've heard concerns, but at the very least, I would think that the tax collector should be intimately involved in kind of making this decision and pushing it to the council in that sense, or recommending it to the council, I should say, more importantly.
Sure.
Okay.
So yeah, so I think these guys can explain how great this software is. This has been recommended by every tax collector we've had. We just have never gotten to the point of implementing, and we're finally at that stage. So we hope to have a new one in place in a couple of months or so. By the time we get things on the ground with this, the person will be in. So
I just want to clarify, so that's every tax collector we've had, which is Ann Doyle.
Yeah.
And then Candace Ludden.
Constance, yeah.
Constance Ludden. And so Ann Doyle was terminated.
Okay.
Not you, right? I'm just,
Okay. So we don't need to get
Constance
into-
resigned.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Okay.
suggesting that,
Okay.
I'm not trying to like,
Somebody did.
if there's anything negative here, I'm just about the software itself, but,
Yeah,
Sure.
bring it up, Denise, so we can move on. We're thinking maybe we should just wait till we get a tax collector.
Yeah.
I think so too. I think you should have a tax collector in place to recommend this, that's what I'm saying as well.
For real, we might as well.
Okay, is that,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right?
We might as well wait
Because-
till the tax collector, he don't know.
Council President, can I speak to that real quick?
Sure.
No, I understand your concern. It seems a little bit odd to put a software in place without a tax collector. We have a standard New Jersey tax collection software. So to me, it's like when you go get a driver's license knowing that you're going to be able to drive a car. This is a standard software. There's plenty of tax collectors certified in the state. Every one of the surrounding municipalities included. Hoboken, just one passing away here. So with our system, you have a varied resources out there as far as human capital, people who are trained in our software, expert level in our software, have been using it for decades, that you could go in without any training. Whereas I don't know that you could say that with any other softwares, in this state at least, up and down the East Coast shortly. So it's actually, to me, a benefit when you have an admin software and you need a new tax collector. That's easier than if you would have either a custom system that anybody would have to learn, or one that doesn't have the market share that we do in the state, which is about 80% in New Jersey.
So 80% step the New Jersey municipal government can use your software.
Absolutely. Yeah, to elaborate on that a little bit, we're a New Jersey-based company. We develop the software to function in New Jersey. Out of the 565 municipalities in New Jersey, 415 of them are using our tax system. We also have Jersey City MUA and also Hudson County Improvement Authority using us for other modules. But your neighbors are most likely using Edmonds, and that's a big thing about our system, is that the resources and the people you have around you are mostly familiar with our system. Patterson City is another large city that's using ours. To go off his point off Newark, since I've been working here, I'm actually a third generation Edmonds to work for the company. We're a family-owned business, and since I've been working here, we have had no business with Newark. Newark probably went off our system 10, 15 years ago, and the system that they reverted back to is one we just replaced in North Bergen Township. So I think as time goes on, our system keeps progressing, we keep getting information from different municipalities, it allows our system to grow, and also we promised a ton of custom changes to Jersey City as well. That is built into the proposal. So I think that, even if you don't have a tax collector put in place, we have the resources, the employees that can come on site and train your tax collecting or your tax staff enough to get them up and running by the time you do hire a new tax collector.
But the implication there is that there's a need to change software, right?
yeah,
So,
yeah.
and that assessment comes from who? Like,
Comes from me, it comes from the employees that are there, it comes from.
that's not what I'm hearing from the
Right,
employees who are there.
yeah, right, comes from the
I'll
tax
tell you that, so
All right, well,
I'm not gonna dime people out because they
Right.
For the road though.
Hey, we got so much on our plate.
I'm just saying, it's just not what I'm hearing from folks. I'm not saying that it could very well be that we should make the change, but I would also suggest this, is that the adoption of any software, whether it's for tax purposes or for HEDC or whatever or DPW, that if the leader of the agency is that unit isn't there to shepherd the implementation, the execution,
You're gonna have a
who's going to be
problem.
responsible for it
You're gonna have a
ultimately?
problem, though.
You're going to be relying on acting people and folks who are in other capacities that
They may not wanna help.
they don't have the skin in the game, or like the responsibility for ensuring that it's properly implemented and executed, so that we're utilizing it. Look, I used to be once upon a time a database developer. I developed Sybase and Oracle and all that stuff. And so when you get people using software and they don't know exactly how to use it, and they start entering in data in different fields because, I couldn't enter this piece of information here, so I'll enter it over here. And then there's implications as to like how the report is run and things like that. And then somebody said it, I think Councilman Yun said it like garbage in, garbage out. Like you put data in that's garbage, and then it's like garbage out. So like you need somebody who's going to shepherd that stuff and make sure that it's executed properly. I think it's just find a new tax collector and get somebody on top of that, and if it's,
Right.
they recommend it, I'll stand by that too and move it forward.
That's
It's,
the bigger issue.
The bigger issue is finding a tax collector.
Yes.
Sure. Okay.
So we just wait.
So we'll
Okay.
withdraw again
Yeah.
and go back to it. We have
Yeah.
some serious issues with the existing software, but
That's
we'll
right.
have to deal with it.
So, but we do the class, so, what kind of training do you guys provide the city of Jersey City if we use it? And they have a certain period of time, and if we find while we use it, because Jersey City very unique tax abatement plan. Each project a different tax abatement, financial agreement, we have that. All those things we able to record in the programs, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Also, we talk about affordable housing, even the project of some affordable housing units. So not whole, but certain affordable housing units, maybe we have to give tax abatement, partial. So those kind of things are able to handle that, right?
Exactly, and we've discussed a little bit, I and Bobby were part of the demo team that came here and got into a little bit of the details of your abatements. So we've already laid the groundwork. That's included in our proposal to handle that, as well as any changes that come from council at the local level, if it's an ordinance or a resolution. And that's just part of our software in all modules, if there are changes that come through. But we've spent some time already, we put that in your proposal for your abatements. There's also other things that I've just heard at the meeting here today that our software can help with. So we're a company that you can grow with. We're here today to talk about tax. Of course, it seems like we're going to be here again to talk about something similar, but we also do a lot of other things in the state that we can help with. So
Another question is that our tax abatement, one of the issues that we able to collect excess profit tax. Those kind of things able to record and we can manage that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the price is $194,000 per year, or initial pay $194,000 after we have just paid $20, $30 the license. How do you work this one?
No, that's just the initial license payment that you're paying. You're paying that for the initial license, and then you're also paying the conversion fees for that as well to bring over information from your prior system. So we'll take, that price will be your upfront fee, and then after that you'll have a maintenance fee that hits, and that's all built into the proposal that we offer Jersey City.
So what is the total cost, is it?
The total cost for the upfront fee is listed on the,
yeah.
I don't have the proposal on here right now, but.
It's 44. Yeah, it's in here.
Next to the last one.
Right.
Next to last.
44, right? 194, 459. That's the total.
Yeah, and after that you'll pay a maintenance fee, and that's not actually in the ordinance, but I'll get that number out to them as soon as possible. But that number is largely reduced after that. You're just paying for annual upgrades and any type of support costs that come in after that.
See, some
It's actually not the most updated.
somewhere, see. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, because not that we criticize your software, we talk about we try to run this council, we have the accountability. When their leadership is not their tax collector's office, we not feel comfortable to make a contract with you,
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when they have a new tax collectors in the place, then we can ask for more detailed information. And we have to listen to what is a tax collector's opinion too. All right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, Mallory.
I know. I was trying to get through it quick.
Where do you want to start?
I want to start with Mallory. And I don't know if I
what's that?
introduced everyone to the council to Mallory last time. Mallory Clark has been city planning since the summer.
Yeah.
What's your last name, Mallory?
Clark?
Clark, thank you.
Without an E, yeah. She comes to city planning, doing some great projects in New York. She is our resiliency planning expert. She has the extra benefit of having an intersection in Jersey City and New Hampshire.
Having a what?
Mallory and Clark, they intersect and run.
Got it. Planning board, yes.
Yes. So which one we discuss gonna be?
What number?
We're gonna start with Mallory's stuff, which items, Mallory?
We can start with Canal Crossing, which I think is 4B.
4B, Councilman Robinson. It's the canal crossing.
Yes. So I believe you all received last meeting the distribution packets, which have what I'm referring to as your cheat sheet here. It has a little map on it and the proposed language changes to the redevelopment plan. Really what we're looking to do is kind of a twofold effort right now. The first being that we're looking to expand the permitted uses within the redevelopment plan. Namely that we're going to be designating a zone to permit light industrial uses, which are defined in the language of the plan. And the second part of this is that we're then going back and making some amendments to the ground floor frontage regulating plan, which in its current state is quite prescriptive as to what use is allowed to occur at the ground floor, largely residential. So in expanding the permitted uses, we've added commercial uses, things like galleries, museums. This amendment to the actual map will allow those uses to kind of fill out more organically throughout the neighborhood. So this is kind of just an effort to allow the plan to be a little bit more flexible and also allow some of the existing businesses that are in the redevelopment area currently to become conforming uses. There's a couple that have been looking to expand their services in addition to just the structures themselves and provide more jobs and whatnot in the area, and they're currently not allowed to do so as their non-conforming uses. So that's kind of the high-level summary of what we're looking to do. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Robinson, anything on this that you want to start off with, or?
Well, we've had plenty of meetings. I think one thing I just kind of like caught reading this is the optional retail, like on Garfield Avenue by the light rail stations. Why would it be optional and not like mandatory? You know, it's like it says like it's optional, but I'm assuming, you know, something close right to the light rail. I think that should be a mandatory section. I mean, I've had a lot of conversations back and forth with property owners, and they're kind of happy that this is going through to make sure that the uses that they want are permitted, the commercial, especially the commercial ground floor. But right on like Garfield, I would say it should probably be mandatory. I know we're still going to sit down this week. I mean, not this week, but soon to work through with each and every property owner down there to kind of make some more amendments to this plan. That was the only thing I had, that optional versus like mandatory, especially on Garfield right by the light rail station.
So currently my map is showing that it's the commercial frontage required on Garfield.
Just for the first block.
Yeah.
But that's that it is optional, you're right.
And the other side of the street, I guess where the factory is now, is that because the factory is staying? And anyone ever talked to us about rebuilding that one there?
You know, I think that's a carryover from the original, and my assumption is that it was because it backs up to R1, but we can look at that again in the future. I certainly agree with you that, around the light rail station, maybe required retail should be more exclusive. So we can look at that, and we're anticipating another round of amendments to not crossing.
So my issue is similar to the 4A. I mean, this was not even discussed at first reading, so this is kind of first reading for me in some sense, and so and had no discussions with anyone between now and then. I mean, it's less intensive than the other one in that sense, but let me just ask, on the permitted uses, the expansion of permitted uses, so those areas where it's expanding permitted uses, what are the current uses?
So that was in the second page of this little, what I'm calling the cheat sheet. I don't know if you should have
I'm
received.
not sure which that is.
It's, the first page of that is a map. That says Canal Crossing.
Cheat
Yes.
sheet. Was that in the email?
Sorry, mine is orange. Yes, it says Canal Crossing Amendments, Spring 2019, existing and permitted uses. It should be
Okay.
page 2 of that. So in the left, you'll see what is currently permitted, and then after that dashed line is what we're proposing. So a lot of these are just expanding definitions, like currently residential is just kind of a catch-all. We want to expand that language just to specifically say things like senior housing, independent living, work studios, similarly with commercial, specifically stating incubator spaces, maker spaces, things of that nature.
So everything in the box?
Yes, so
I mean,
everything
black
that's
and white,
boxed
just-
is going to be a new use. And then kind of, I guess, the one that would have the biggest implication to the plan as of now would be the industrial uses, which are specifically defined as light industrial, such as warehousing, distribution centers, storage centers, light assembly, light industrial. And they're only permitted within a specific boundary on the zone, which has been added to the ground floor
And this is for the entire Canal Crossing area? Or
No,
specific
so if you
areas?
go to the map that says the proposed, there's gonna be a dashed boundary around a portion of the plan, which is the only portion of the plan in which those light industrial uses could occur.
Is this the entire Canal Crossing area?
This full dark black patch is the entire canal. So this full map is the canal crossing.
A full map, and then the dotted line is where it's expanding to? Is that how you
The
read that?
dotted line is where the industrial overlay will be permitted.
Which is the expanded uses?
Yes, that's just industrial uses. The other expanded uses can occur anywhere within the plan.
The boundary of Canal Crossing is a little bit larger, but it's just the turnpike extension. So the land uses aren't shown for that turnpike extension. So there's like another confusing little arrow on that map, but that's just because it's the
You're saying it's expanding to light industrial uses, but you got a whole bunch of stuff that, I don't know, all these things are considered light industrial uses?
No, so the other uses that are being added could occur anywhere in the plan. It's
Anywhere
just
in the
the
plan.
things that are categorized as industrial can only occur within that boundary.
And the other piece to remember here as well is, so why some of this came to be was that the MUA is looking to move into this location, south of Cable Point. There is an industrial history in this area. And there's an industrial history in this area. Those are the two big pieces that we took into consideration. Also, this doesn't remove residential from those areas. And we see this as kind of a first step towards kind of better understanding Canal Crossing and its future.
But you're like zoning and residential with light industrial uses, so they're like in overlapping areas and so forth around this? Is that?
There are.
Potentially?
Right, so that's why we've defined the industrial uses the way we have. Similarly, for example, the way these are zoned in New York City is that what we have categorized as light industrial would be similar to what they would consider M1, which is light manufacturing, and those are permitted to occur adjacent to residential uses, whereas as the manufacturing gets more intense and therefore could potentially have any kind of a noxious impact, those are not allowed to occur directly next to residential land. So none of those things that would ever have any kind of noxious impact are allowed to occur.
So can I ask a page 5?
Councilman Young?
Yeah. Page 5. Number 6 is general regulation and the requirement. A, building design requirement, no change. About B, affordable housing requirement. Okay, so
You're saying 5 in the written plan, correct?
yeah, when they talked about the bonus markets, what kind of formula they bonus market they use? So be affordable housing, number 1, affordable housing and the workforce, blah, 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 go on. Then in addition, redevelopment shall be permitted to construct a bonus market
When you say here bonus market means what it is?
The bonus unit.
Yeah.
And for every 10.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So every 10 units, so every 11 units, 1 unit have to be affordable housing?
Yes, and that 11th unit is allowed above the density which they're permitted. So they can add more units should that unit be affordable.
Councilman, anything?
Is that right? That's what it means? So, but they say affordable housing, it's not the bonus one, just order to build that, those areas, affordable housing and the workers shall be provided as part of any development within this real area for every 10 residential units construct, they have 1, including 1 units affordable housing, that's regulated.
That's from the original plan.
That is.
Yeah, that's not added in,
It's
that's
saying
the
so
original plan.
Yes,
The bonus is 1 market unit for that every 11 unit.
That's the bonus you're talking about?
Yes.
No, there were 2 different things.
Right, so it's.
Right.
We should work for every time.
What's the question?
No, I asked him already.
I understand the question. I'm asking, what's the question?
So I just asked them, when you say bonus means, that what kind of formula is bonus that you're going to talk about this way? That's all.
You wanna know what the bonus is,
Yeah.
basically.
It's
Order
1
to-
additional unit above what the max permitted. And that unit can be market rate.
I thought they have to build every 11 unit, 1 have to be affordable housing. That's what they.
That's right.
That's one regulated.
Well, sort
That's
of.
the base
It's
one.
One every 10, and then they're able to add another unit that's market rate, and that 1 unit can go over their max density, according to that paragraph.
So then they can really, it's 12?
So,
I'm lost now.
so
That
say-
could probably be written better.
Right, I'm just lost now.
So say the max density is 100, they can build 110 units
Correct,
because of this paragraph.
right.
So,
And one of them have to be affordable, out of the 10.
10 of
10
them.
is not.
You're right, okay.
10 is
that
very
make sense?
affordable.
Yeah.
So
So
basically.
it's a little
like
less than 10%, it's like 9%.
9.8%, something like that.
But they can get that back, because then they can build another market rate one.
Right, so
I
they would
thought so.
only be allowed to build 100 units, right? But they're, the density only allows them to build 100 units, but they have this requirement, so now they can build 110.
Oh, I thought any project to build in
It's a
that.
weird case, right?
Yes.
I understand.
Every project.
But we tried to change as little as possible in this.
Yeah, but we have to make it clear.
Yeah.
I thought when I read that, every project to build in those redeveloped area, you have to have 1 forward units per every 10. That's the requirement.
Yes.
Yes.
You have to do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they say addition. Top of that, you're gonna get the bonus. So I wanna know that when you get additional bonus, then how many percentage will be for housing? So
0.
You just get that 1 bonus.
no.
The
I mean,
zero,
this
the
is
bonus
a,
units
listen,
will be 0.
like we're working on this, we're gonna.
I don't care you working or not. I have to be understood by you.
So,
Right, so
this is the original language, and we're not voting on the original language right now, and I think you're just taking up time with asking questions
All right.
about original language from 2009.
Understood.
Fair enough. We're not voting on it.
No.
We're not, there's no proposed
Right.
amendments to this language. Oh, well, there is, that's the unfortunate thing. There's
So-
a deletion
So
going
Matt,
on over there, so.
we're not the professional person. If anybody asks them read B1, that's what they're gonna be understanding. Any project to build their redevelopment area, they require to have.
Councilman Young, in the interest of time, just,
Exactly.
there's really nothing being proposed here. There's some cleanup of language there, like they're just deleting the last sentence of B1. But could certainly, I'm sure the Councilman Robbins has already got on his radar the idea of the affordability in Canal Crossing and all of that stuff, so we can continue to have conversations. Yeah.
Yeah, so just make me understand
Yes.
if I vote it, okay?
We will.
Because when you say addition to bonus, you gotta tell me what kind of formula for addition to bonus you're gonna use it. Listen to me.
Okay.
We will.
That's the whole point, you get an extra unit.
We will
I
call
said
it
that.
tomorrow.
That's what I said, it's really.
One's a good time.
It needs to be better written, yes.
Right.
Section-
But that's the original.
But that's the original language, you're
I've
right.
been reading this plan for the last 15 years.
If
That's
this
That's,
is
that
original,
language has been in there. We're
no,
not changing
Councilman
it.
Robinson, if this is the original language, this is we try to amend, then we should be amend and make it clear for that also. That is the purpose of the amended the redevelopment
Yeah,
plan.
but we're gonna amend the plan again. We're gonna sit
We
down
will be
and.
coming back.
Yeah,
We'll take
we are
that
coming
into
back.
consideration, absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll change it to a percentage.
They're coming back. We've been working on this plan already. Right, scratch your head.
Okay, everybody, let's,
You know, Councilman Robinson, if you're gonna get the respect from me, then you have to.
I don't have your respect, so I don't, you don't have mine.
okay, gentlemen, come on, let's,
Oh, God, dear.
Right. Oh, God.
all right,
Next.
okay.
So now on, any project we want to amend come down, I'm not gonna ask you, seems like Council
Okay, let's
Robinson seems like he knows everything. Now on, I'm gonna ask him, make sure you guys are well educated to understand all those things, okay? Because he usually is to ask you guys. He continue interfering my question, then I get plain language. I don't want to use it, get pissed off, you know, because I want to just make it clear, protect those areas. Not is my area, but protect those areas, resident in those areas. But if he continues to say, I said, then who cares? Go hell.
No, let's,
No,
come on,
that's
let's,
not
let's,
right.
We will, we're gonna reach out to them tomorrow.
That's not the right thing.
We want you to understand this.
let's just,
And if we can,
Make
then
sure
we'll
that
definitely come back with better.
Your job is to make sure that we understand, you know what I'm saying? To make you understand, so that's why we can vote for yes or no. All right, please.
Yes.
You're gonna go.
so I just want to be clear that, making amendments to, future uses and density, and affordability, all of that is still on the table and
Correct.
Yes.
available to be done,
Correct.
okay? So, let's move on, okay? You have 3I, it's first reading ordinance, or did you have more? I'm sorry, Mallory.
Yeah, two resolutions.
Two resolutions, okay, you want to do the resolutions first?
What is it,
Which one?
3I?
No, resolution.
Or resolution? What is it?
So the first is 25.
Okay, it's,
What was the numbers?
1025.
1025?
It's authorizing the use of competitive contracting to procure a consultant to lead the update to the master plan of the city of Jersey City.
So this has come from conversations between city planning and Anicia, and we've been moving forward with drafting RFPs for the consultants, whose services you have already authorized, which were for the land use element update and the open space and recreation plan. So what we're looking to do is add another consultant within this update who's actually going to be serving kind of three main roles within the update process. The first being a project manager, so they're going to actually facilitate and kind of streamline the workflow between all the individual elements. Since we individual consultants, the master plan is supposed to be one cohesive document. We want to make sure that those recommendations speak to each other, don't contradict one another, and that the stakeholders that are involved in the individual elements are aware of what's happening in other parts of the master plan. So the first major role of this consultant will be project management. The second will be graphic design. So one thing that we feel is really important moving into this update is that all of the different elements have one graphic identity. Part of that is going to be that this consultant will build a website for the update process, which will help us communicate with the public and also allow us to implement a larger variety of survey technology, things of that nature. So they will be building this website, running social media accounts for the master plan update, And the third major component, which links into that, would be that they are going to be kind of an expert in community outreach. So they'll be facilitating all of the community outreach across all of the element updates. So again, what this will allow us to do is that this person will facilitate the update process and engaging the community in a much more efficient manner, so that as we reward these other contracts out, we get kind of the technical experts, the people who are the most qualified from an analysis and recommendation standpoint, but might not be the best or most experienced in things like community engagement or graphic design. So this consultant will kind of cover that across all updates, and they'll also be looking to capture recommendations from other visioning documents that the city has completed. So, for example, the bike master plan that is kind of wrapping up at this point in time, they will be incorporating all of those recommendations into the larger master plan. I heard, I don't remember who it was, but someone earlier tonight was talking about the need for kind of an executive summary, so this consultant would be responsible for that as well. So they would produce a final report that was comprehensive across all of the recommendations between all of the elements, and so that way we'd have kind of a conclusive document that can live a little bit more accurately through the life of the master plan leading up to the next update. So any other questions, I'm happy to.
Council members, questions?
Yes, I just want to make sure that city master plan must have to work with the city parking management plan. The
Yes, yeah. So that will be kind of, this team's role will be engaging with all those other efforts that might not even be captured formally under the master plan, and making sure that those recommendations are streamlined, and that, you know, as we look into land use recommendations and things like that, that we're considering every angle and every visioning that the visioning document that the city has currently.
Okay.
Council members, other questions? Council President?
What is the timeline?
So we're looking to get this out the door. We've been working on drafting a scope of services, so we will be ready to get the bid out pretty quickly. And this contract will probably last an additional 3 to 4 months from the other consultants, seeing as how that they will be responsible for that final report, which is going to be a consolidation of all the other recommendations. Overall, we see the contract probably being about an 18-month process.
So it goes out to bid, and then
From when it's awarded, they would probably have an 18-month scope of
when do you anticipate award?
We're hoping for about June or July.
18 months of end of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
18 months from there. Okay. So by the end of 2020, we'd be finished with this process?
Yes.
Council members, other questions?
How would this process go? Would people in Jersey City know to apply for this? Because I remember one time when we went out for, when we was looking for a planning director, and so many people did apply for the city.
40 years ago, 50 years ago.
And no one, right, it seemed like no one really applied. So what's the process here?
To apply?
Yeah,
To be a
because, you know,
consultant?
Yeah. I remember that when we first took office.
No, but for this, you want,
I want everybody to be involved with it somehow, because I remember when we was looking for a planning director. And people in Jersey City did apply, because I guess it was put on the internet or whatever. But it seemed like no one from the city got hired, and they was well qualified, because I knew we saw some applications too. So what would this process be? Because it has to do with the master plan, which I thought was worked on before, like 2 years ago, because we kept asking about this master plan. So now I'm like, you know, what happened to you guys? Y'all was working on the master plan before. I don't know if you was there at the time, Matt. I don't know. Oh, okay, you was.
There was a tidal wave of change in planning.
Okay, so I don't, you know, what's happening with all of that, because we were in the process of doing the master plan. Now we hiring a consultant to do the master plan. So I'm just like in limbo here, and you know,
the idea was always to hire a consultant.
Okay.
We held some preliminary meetings to kind of get everyone
right.
ready for this effort. And yes, Robert Byrne is correct in saying that there was a number of staff turnover, and that effort's been delayed until. So.
I think when we did it the last time, like in 1990, I think when we do a master plan, we
2001.
Yeah, what was it?
2001.
2001 was it, right?
Sean
When we
Lyon.
do that,
And
we
we
set up
agree.
actually master plan committee. So each district has like a two citizen, okay, to input, to talk about those things. That's what we do there, you know.
Yeah, we have in the drafts that we've been pulling together for the scope of work for both the prime consultant and the consultants for the other updates, we do have draft language for, you know, kind of technical advisory committees, which would be more representatives from different city agencies who would have, you know, kind of more technical input. And then we also have stakeholder engagement teams that we're going to identify that are going to allow people from the council, people from constituents from the city, people from representatives, for example, like Jersey City Parks Coalition will be involved for the open space update, things of that nature. So we're looking at kind of building teams that will be relevant to each individual element, but we're also going to be working, the prime team will be working across all of those teams to make sure that everyone's input is kind of captured, and that if someone starts, you know, there's a lot of overlap in things and concepts, say in an open space recreation plan and a land use plan, right? They speak to each other, so we are putting those teams together, so there will be a lot of opportunity for input there.
So a couple of questions. It's a selection process. How will this, after you put it out to bid, and who's going to be involved?
So it's going to be similar to the other elements where we have kind of an evaluation criteria that will get laid out, and there'll be a committee designated to kind of score the bids as they come in.
How is that done in the past in terms of the committee composition and who's?
Yeah, the committees are appointed by the business administrator, and typically, you know, the same process applies to everybody, where we appoint people, some people that are involved in planning, some people that are in maybe different departments. It depends on what the project is and who's going to be interacting with it. But also, I just want to note, based on some of your comments earlier, that we are amending our RFP process to make sure that diversity inclusion is included in the beginning, and that when we send out an RFP, it goes right to them. No matter how much the contract is for, they're going to be reaching out to all the vendors in Jersey City that are eligible. One of the issues we have a lot, though, is that there are sometimes RFPs that go out, like this one may be one of those, where there's a lot of technical requirements, and that's not every Jersey City vendor has those requirements. It just is what it is. So.
It is. You probably don't want to tell me here on the public record, so as not to lead any vendors to know what can you tell us off the record, I guess, as to what the amount anticipated is for this?
So we're still kind of piecing together. It'll come out of what has been already allocated for the master plan update, but we're still working with internally and as well as with.
I think we bonded for this, right? 5-year notes?
Yeah, for
5-year notes.
Yeah, for the.
Can you remind me of or just send this off the record, offline, what the amount was for that?
It was public record.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was just over $1 million.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it was $1 million exactly.
Yeah, $1 million, or like a number around almost 900. I'm not sure.
And my final question is just, which element of the plan will speak to affordability, affordable housing and so forth around that?
I think that's in the housing element, or the housing plan, or the land use plan.
It should be in the
Both
housing.
have already been drafted, right?
Not land use is not housing is currently underway.
Has that been approved already by the planning, or?
Did that go?
I thought
the housing, we did a recent update to
Right.
data in the housing element.
And that'll still be updated with this iteration?
Yeah, and the prime team's responsibilities will capture the outputs of that update.
Okay. Anyone else have questions on this?
No.
No? Okay. You have other items?
Yes, the last one is 1027. We're just looking for authorization to investigate block 11501, lots 1 through 39, which are fronting on Laurel Court and Saddlewood Court. They're flanked by Grove Street and Merriam Boulevard. We're just looking to study those to see if they meet the criteria to be designated as an area of redevelopment.
Councilman Solomon, your ward?
Yeah, and so I guess a couple a comment and then a question. So the comment is there is a proposal for that space. They've met with, I think, some council folks, they've done a community meeting. You know, I just want to say to the public record, I don't think there's any consensus yet as to whether that proposal should move forward based on either my view or other folks. I do think that redevelopment plan needs to be amended though, because I think whatever ends up being decided for that neighborhood was written many, many years ago, and I think doesn't embody great principles of urban planning. The one question I have for you guys is, my understanding is that there's a plan there with an expiration date. So do we need to kind of restudy it, or how does this sort of, you have to kind of start over again?
This would be completely restarting.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's not necessarily the issue of sunset, which I think is more of like a gray area. I think it's the fact that I believe that in these projects, the developer back in the day was given a certificate of completion.
Okay.
So therefore,
they have to be redesignated.
Therefore, they wouldn't be able to use powers of condemnation in that same like designation.
Okay, understood.
Anyone else have questions about 1027? I just have two comments. So one is, I have spoken to the developer and Councilman Solomon on these matters as well, and I just want for the record that to Councilman Rivera's point on an earlier item that I believe they have or may be meeting with the Paco community and the Villa Barranque, and that's important, as stakeholders in that area around there, like they're literally right next door in that case. And then the other one, and again, just for the public record, and I've talked to the developer about meeting with some of the organizers for the Philippine Plaza over there, which is the Filipino Veterans Memorial at the corner of, what is it, Marin and First or Second? Manila and Second? Manila, yeah. Manila and Second. And so we were just there, myself and Councilman Solomon, for a recent memorial service there. And just the necessity to, through this process, to ensure that, I know that they've got ideas proposed that, and from what I've seen, it seems appropriate, with the preservation of that history that was created with that memorial plaza over there. Okay. So, that being said, nothing else?
Are you doing 1026 too, or is that not?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing that. I have a couple more. But yes.
Go into 26, or which one do you want to go to?
We can do 26, yes.
That's a resolution designating block 11401 study area as an area in need of rehabilitation.
Yeah, so I think most everyone on council probably knows better as the First Street parking lot, municipal parking lot. The study was authorized, this study has been produced under an area in need of redevelopment designation. It's a resolution before you. And the criteria for determining an area in need of rehabilitation is whether or not the infrastructure delineating the area is 50 years old and in need of repair. And the JCMUA has provided a letter that's made part of this resolution and in the study that confirms that is the case. So it satisfies a condition for designating as an area in need of rehabilitation.
Council members, questions or comments?
You're familiar with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I think, I don't think it's formally written anywhere, but I think there's the only thing I would say is there's no discussion of removing the parking spaces. It would be potentially expanding on the number. And I think the question I have for our guys planning is, what's your, sort of, from your perspective, what's the next steps on this? And, you know, both in terms of community outreach and input and drafting, how do we go from this to a plan that, you know, is a best practice?
Yeah, I think that's a good question.
Working together on getting a plan in.
It's a good question, and I think it will mean that we're going to be doing some public outreach on it. We'll also be looking at formulating kind of what goals should you guys designate so we can further with the plan. What kind of goals from the outset that planning wants to satisfy in writing this redevelopment plan. So one would be not using any parking spots. So it might be a tricky endeavor, but we'll figure out what that means for the rest of the bulk and uses provided.
So I mean, would it be possible for us to set up an initial meeting with whichever planning staff is gonna work on drafting, council representatives and community representatives in the near future to kind of start that conversation?
Sure, yeah, that's good, and, yeah, designating some dates that we can start doing some meetings.
Yeah, work with DCNA and the neighborhood associations and go from there.
Okay, no questions? What's your other item?
I'm gonna move to the first item, the ordinance. It's a long one, so I'm not gonna read it, but 3.1, with regards to the plaza, as part of the, phase 2 Toll Brothers, phase two Toll Brothers, development in Powerhouse Arts District. They have council representing them here today, and, I think, I'd like to invite James McCann to speak on this.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Jim McCann from the Law Office of Comifoli, Jersey City, here on behalf of 126, 142 Morgan Street Urban Renewal and 134 Bay Street LLC. They are both Toll Brothers entities. We're here tonight on an ordinance asking the council to accept the dedication of a plaza that was constructed between on Provost Street between Morgan and Bay Street. It's part of a larger plan to create an arts center right in that part of the city. It's a 3-phase project. Phase 1 building has already been constructed and is in operation. Phase 2 building has already been constructed and is still working on being fully occupied. And then Phase 3 building has recently been approved by the Jersey City Planning Board. And Phase 3 is going to have a theater in it and approximately 17,000 square feet of art-related area, all of which eventually will be operated by a nonprofit entity that will be made up of Toll Brothers representatives and city representatives. And so the plaza is kind of the focal point. It's kind of the outdoor component of the art center. And I think sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I brought some show and tell with me. This is the plaza. It's already fully constructed. And here's a good shot of it. This is the plaza as it exists right now. These pictures were taken on Friday. This is another component and another section of the plaza all up here. And then let me just flip this around for you. And you can see this is in your packet. And this is actually what the contours of the part that we're dedicating to the city tonight are. This is all private property owned by the developer, which is being dedicated as a public park, so to speak, or a public plaza. And the ultimate plan is to join it with Provost Street, which is here, which is going to then be resurfaced so that it's a little bit more pedestrian friendly for walking. And then the theater component is going to be built here, and the art-related center is going to be right next to it. It's all part of one building. And so the concept is for this whole area to function as a public plaza. This area, you can see, has been left open partially because the concept is that you could have all different kinds of community activities there once the dedication is completed. Because it would actually be the city who could determine, they could permit different events and things, and that would work hand in hand with the nonprofit theater and the art-related space. So that's the concept. The dedication tonight, if you adopt this ordinance, you're accepting the dedication, but this is only the first step in the process because as the dedication agreement says, Jersey City Engineering is going to do an inspection to make sure that everything's built in accordance with the plans. I think the planning board has already been out there, the planning staff to take a look at it and do a preliminary inspection. Also, the law department's gonna determine that the title is clear to this part of the property that is private, and then the developer's gonna post a maintenance bond, which is effectively a 2-year guarantee that everything that they built is in proper order when it was built properly. So that's what we're really asking you to do tonight. The second component is referenced in the dedication agreement, but we would come back to you again when this part of when the theater component is constructed for one more ordinance for you to adopt, which you would authorize Provost Street to be closed to pedestrian and to vehicular traffic, so that it would just be for pedestrian use as a plaza. But that's later on.
So they maintain 2 years, after 2 years, the city is responsible?
So no, so the arrangement is that all of the day-to-day maintenance, literally everything, is to be maintained by each project.
Okay.
And there's a schedule that is in the dedication agreement that says basically all garbage is to be picked up, all the, any refuse baskets are to be emptied, snow plowing, pest infestation, everything is to be done by the developers.
But
when will the theater be completed?
The theater will probably be completed in maybe 2 years with this building. Because as you remember, I think we were before you about 3 months ago before the planning board to get a final approval. So we're working on building permits for that building right now.
It's been a long project.
so,
It is a long project.
It's been a long project, I remember.
so
When I first came.
the public pedestrian area is treated as an open public area. So anybody want to demonstrate in that area, they can be able to do that, right?
They could, because this plaza will be regulated by your ordinance. I think it's
By
section
our ordinance,
239-1, which basically says that it would be open from 6 in the morning till 10 at night. That's what the ordinance says, 7 days a week. Police would have the ability to patrol it, but you know, it prohibits things like no alcoholic beverages, no soliciting, but it is it will be a public plaza supervised by the city in that regard.
You said it's a non-profit before. Are they paying taxes on the buildings?
So the nonprofit is gonna have the theater component and the art-related facility, but the rest of the building is owned by the developer and yes, paying full taxes on it.
Yes. That's our concern is that make sure even though they maintain their property is City of Jersey. So,
Yes, but also you can see the entrance of the building. It's a little tough to see from this, but the entrance of the building is here. So the developer has a strong interest in maintaining this whole area and keeping it really nice. Anyway, a lot of people live in both of these buildings.
Do they conduct any traffic study already? So it's okay to cause any problem?
Yeah, so in 2008 was when this project was approved by this city council through the redevelopment plan. And I believe a traffic study was done at the time and determined that this is not really a through street. It's not a heavily trafficked street in the first place. So, and it's right in the middle of the theater, in the PAD, the Powerhouse Arts District area. So it was, and it's also a cobblestone street. So really, there's more of an interest. There was an interest back then in preserving it historically rather than.
Yeah, I want to add just one thing too. So the building on the west side of Caucus, I forget what the depth is, it may be 30, 40 feet, is being rehabbed. And it's a warehouse building that was built right on the property line. So anything that makes a grand entrance to the theater is automatically going to be encroaching in further into Provost Street. So closing it just for to the vehicles is a good solution to really create that place that this is hopefully going to create.
Was the traffic study done to see how many cars go down there, Matt? Because I went down there for 16 years and it was quite loose.
It dead ends now. I don't know if it used to back in the day. It dead ends back. It's only a 3-block street, although the long-term redevelopment plan Metro West will have it extend north, but it's you know it's not just anecdotally it's not very well trafficked from the.
This part of the project, Powerhouse project,
Yes, yes.
Just a quick aside, Robert, I don't know if Brian or Claude, the attachments didn't end up coming with the resolution on this, so we didn't get the exhibits and the agreements, et cetera. I don't know if they got lost in transit.
We'll resend them. I think they were pretty voluminous. If you don't have them.
Yeah, they were referenced a few times, but they weren't part of the packet.
We'll double check.
Yeah, they're pretty big. It's the dedication agreement. We did every single document in advance, so we would have everything in front of us.
Awesome. I mean, it just PDF is fine in any paper. So for the streets, when that eventually gets dedicated, Provo Street, is that, again, is it the same, is the city responsible for the long-term maintenance of that as well, but you guys are responsible for the day-to-day operation, if you will?
Yes, so just one thing, so this doesn't have to be dedicated, it's already a public right.
She's returning it
But
back.
what you're gonna do actually, the next time we come back, is you're gonna authorize it to be closed to vehicular traffic and used for pedestrian. Yes, the developer is gonna do the resurfacing here, and then they're gonna maintain all the data, it's gonna be part of this plaza, so snow plowing, all the day-to-day work is gonna be done by them.
Mr. McCann, you said they're going to do resurfacing, they're going to take away their cobblestones?
It's not gonna take away any cobblestone, the whole point of keeping the street was just, they're just gonna resurface it so it's easier to walk on where necessary. The idea was to preserve the historic component of it. There's some old railroad tracks in here that are being preserved, and all the cobblestone is being preserved. That was a giant request of the folks who reside in this warehouse district and the historic preservation people, was to leave all the cobblestone.
Is there something in the agreement that I should just look at it? So, I mean, you're correct that there is clear incentive for you guys to operate it, but let's pretend one day, 15 years ago.
Yes, there's an entire page of penalties that will be suffered, and we give the city the ability to do the work itself.
Right.
Prosecute zoning violations against the developer. And then make the developer post a bond for, I think, $50,000 for any additional.
Would it be the developer or would it be the condo? Because that's a condo project.
Whoever's in
the owner
at the time, yes. Yeah, so there are some significant penalty components if the property owners don't do their maintenance.
Okay. And I guess on the city side, do you guys have an expectation of when the engineering and law reviews would be complete on this?
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Not mandatory, but just love to have a sense of timelines on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can just tell you from experience, it usually takes like 6 months to 8 months to complete a dedication, because I've done 3 or 4 years. Jersey City engineering will take a little bit of time before they will get out there.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Steve, you're sitting in, filling in for Pat, right? Okay. Steve has 1029. Folks, resolution 1029 to 33. First one is a renewal of a contract with Northeast Auto and Truck Parts for the purchase and delivery of fluids and lubricants for the Department of Public Works, Division of Automotive Maintenance,
Where are you
the
starting?
Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative, 1029.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay, this is a renewal. It's a fairly standard contract. Any questions about 1029, everyone? Okay, next item is 1030.
Oh, can I ask?
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Yun, 1029.
Yeah, April 25, 18 to April 25, 19, they contract $140,000 and then we spend $190,000. In other words, we spend $50,000 more than what we budgeted. Can't you explain to why? You want me to repeat one more time? April 25, 2018 to April 2005 to 25 to 2019, contract we made $140,000. but we spent, extra spend was $190,000. They spent the $50,000 more than what we expected. Why?
Well, basically.
Because of those period of time, we were, I'm sorry?
More vehicles that need oils and lubricants.
That answer is not enough. Then you tell me, those period of time is how many vehicles we had, and the before was how many was it? Then we can say that, more vehicle, but how many was more vehicle? Give us $50,000, we have to spend more, the oils and all those things,
I just want to, I had the same questions, I agree with Councilman Unit. When you end up spending, I'm just doing the math off my head, so it's roughly 33% over what was budgeted. We just want to have some analysis of why that was before we reauthorize it. So I agree, So
and not only that, I'm going to add Councilman James Solomon say, May 1st, 19 to May 1st of 2020, you guys asked for $220,000. You know how I increased over the 2 years? We increased a lot. But we said we purchased more vehicle, but meantime, more vehicle also retired.
Did the council authorize the additional expenditure in the previous year? I don't recall. I'm asking. Can we check that to just, I don't know what was the process that we're supposed to authorize additional?
It's over 20%.
It's over 20%. It would be.
But this is more than 20% increase.
That's a good question.
It seems like you guys are doing that spending without knowing the business administrator. That's no good, right?
So the law permits, like, if it's under 20% for you to increase the contract, is that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll check and find out. There should have been a resolution if it went over 20%.
Right.
So I'll double check and.
Probably they have,
find out
I don't know,
about
but you guys have to explain to us, 18 and the 2020, the increase of 140,000, 220,000, almost a double the spending, you guys have to be good reason to why we have to increase so much, okay?
We'll get your
I'm
report
just-
from the automotive division on that.
If authorization was required and requested, then we would have gotten the explanation that somebody would have said, I need more money because we have a lot more oil spilling or something, I don't know exactly.
Well, they're using synthetic oil, which is more expensive for the police vehicles.
Yeah, we all
but
know
I'll
that
find out some more
expensive.
details for you.
We know the expensive, but
Yeah, we'll get your report.
that's all.
So by Wednesday? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Next one is 1030. It's a month-to-month extension, not to exceed 3 months, effective May 1st, of a contract with Temco Building Maintenance to provide janitorial services for DPW, Division of Buildings and Street Maintenance.
Is this going to get out to bid soon?
We received the bids last week.
Came in.
I think we had 10 responses or something like that.
So now they're analyzing the responses, getting references, doing a spreadsheet to see if they all bid on all the buildings. Some of them might have bid only on some and not all. So the dollar amount doesn't help if you don't know if they bid on all the buildings. You can't compare equals, so that's where we're at. And as
So
soon
then
as that's
you
done,
would be
we'll
going-
come back with a resolution to award a contract.
Yeah, we did an RFP, we did a bid, we got the responses, we're evaluating. Hopefully next meeting, maybe the meeting after that, but this gives us enough of a cushion to make sure.
Okay,
It's just a quick extension.
so the bid is closed already, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the next item is 1031. It's a resolution authorizing an award of a contract to Jewel Electric Supply Company for electrical equipment and supplies under state contract for the Department of Public Works, Division of Buildings and Street Maintenance.
The company we use over and over, the Jersey City vendor, it's basically for light bulbs and other electrical supplies and items.
Okay, any questions on this, council members? Okay, the next item is 1032. It's a month-to-month extension not to exceed 6 months of a contract with Rico USA for the leasing, maintenance, including all supplies of 100 black and white copier machines effective April 1st, 2019 for various locations citywide.
Same as 33, except 33 is color machines. So we talked about this last year about doing more open processes for this stuff, and instead of going to state contract, we did a bid. The bids are due, I think, tomorrow. So this just extends the contract so we can evaluate all the, if we get any, we don't know if we got any responses yet.
So can I add to that, because I give you some credit to Business Solutions that you to try to colors and black and white to put it together as one deal, but also really if you try to save the money, we should have a same model.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when you have black and white, the printer, better we have one model. So when we purchase the toners, we can get the better
That's
deal.
all included in copiers.
That's all included, right?
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Not only that, when
Printers
you,
to copiers.
yes, when you include the calendar, this one, if any department is short of the toners, can swap to any other neighbor, office. So if we use the same model, much better actually.
There's two other things here. One is we have 110 of these units, but do we need 110? Like maybe some offices have too many of them, so we're going to look at that to hopefully get rid of a few. But also there are a lot of like personal printers in offices, personal printers in the big copier that also prints. So we're going to try and figure out how to phase out some of that as well.
Try to maximize the same models in the
and the third piece is the price of it going. We're going to see if a bid will come back with a better price. Because it's come up several times about the state contract, like we get one response, it's really the best deal. Let's see and go out to bid and see if we get a better price that way. But the state contract is supposed to be the cheapest deal because of the bulk pricing, but we're trying
One
that.
of the major changes is in the last year and a half or so, the police that do their reports were told by the state they have to do them in color as opposed to black and white. They didn't have color copiers. So they've been using color printers and running up the bill on the toner announcement. That's what they spend the money on, is the toner to the printers.
Yeah.
The printers are owned as opposed to leased, so it doesn't include the toner. So now we're changing to some of those people to get color copiers to eliminate that toner cost.
Yeah.
Instead of black and white copiers.
Okay.
So that was a big delay in getting these bid specs together, having the police figure out which ones.
Just so I'm asking that they find a way to save the taxpayer dollars, that's what it is,
Okay.
Okay, that's everything, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the two are the same. One's black and white copies, Rico, the other one's color.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Council members, can we take it from the top?
I've been waiting for you to say that all night.
Stop, like, big ones to go.
3.2, an ordinance repealing ordinances 15052 and 15053 imposing restrictions on formula businesses within certain redevelopment areas.
This was just a matter, as you probably all know, this is subject to litigation at this point, so we cannot comment too much in depth on detail reasons that are provided. However, it is our recommendation that these ordinances be repealed. This is the kind of matter. Due to the type of litigation it is recommended, I would recommend that the repeal take place as quickly as possible. There are a lot of reasons for that. I'm not including potential counsel fees.
Folks, council members, can we give Mr. Baker your attention?
So apart from that,
There are definitely some vulnerabilities in the ordinance, and I think, I know that there's been some interest to do what we can to help small businesses here. So, if the council wishes, I think the mayor does too, to try and make improvements to this ordinance. We can repeal and then form a committee and do what we got to do to, bring it back in a better form that would maybe be a little stronger, if possible.
Was the Commerce Clause was in place back in 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we just didn't, I guess, make the connection.
I can't speak personally as to that. However, it would appear that way, yes.
I mean, were there any legal, it was obviously wasn't your department then, but were there any memos produced back then which are arguing for why this was a legal ordinance?
I don't believe there was anything produced in 2015. However, there was a memorandum that was generated by the planning department there was an attempt to repeal this in 2017.
Yes.
There was a memorandum that was circulated with that laid out many of the same reasons that we would be arguing now. And ultimately, the council decided not to repeal based on that.
Okay, can you share that?
Yeah, we can recirculate.
I don't have it, but.
Okay. So then you can get to Marlene.
Yeah.
Do we know why when this was originally done in 2015, it didn't cover the neighborhood commercial zoning district? Given that that's obviously a major retail corridor.
It was mostly through planning at the time, and I don't remember all of the reasons, but it seemed like it was going to be an easier approach just to pick redevelopment plans. But yeah, I'm not sure why NC wasn't.
There was Kansas.
Right,
Plain,
this is Kansas order.
there was a plain.
Yeah, but
It's the mayor and the Kansas.
Right.
Yes.
Kansas is very much a support.
Right.
I was told that this is one of the stupid things that they can do that. But you know what happened? I vote for yes.
Right.
So I expressed some franchise store cannot open at the downtown, then I told them come to Heights.
Right.
But we tried for 3 years, none of the franchise come to the Heights. So to me, usually it's time to repealing, time to revoke.
And as we know,
So we're very close.
and I think these ordinances were called, the 2015 ordinances were kind of colloquially called a ban, even though it was not really anything approaching a ban. They were just simply limitations on the amount of square footage on the commercial property on the first floor. But nevertheless, the courts have been pretty clear in their interpretation of similar ordinances that they won't stand up to scrutiny.
Do you have I don't know if this is a planning memo, but a list of what those other cases were?
Yeah, sure.
So I can research them and read them. Okay. And Brian, you're saying there's a willingness to redraft this, or?
If the council's willing to do that, I mean, yeah, like we
Because
would
the
love to support.
concern was, and I
Yeah.
knew her concern was to protect the mom and pop
Yeah,
business.
yeah.
Good
because-
intention.
Right,
Yeah.
because as a city grows, sometime big other organizations come in
Yeah,
and
sure.
push little guys out.
Yeah.
That was her concern.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's a good concern, because that does happen.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I mean, it's up to the council and
I mean, because they
whoever,
gave
but
the incident, in New York,
yeah.
in the area over there, Solo, certain areas
Mhm.
went down because of big businesses came
Yeah.
and mom and pops had to move out. So, I'm quite sure there's gotta be some way we could protect the little guy
Yeah.
in some way,
I
because
think
that
that-
was gonna happen. I know the big guy's gonna come in.
New York City regulating, if we have like a simple, if they move in Whole Foods and the Trader move to downtown,
Right.
I personally guarantee, and any grocery store, those deli store is out of business in years. So New York City have some regulating, because if we open that they're super size, a certain size of things one, they're not allowed this,
They're not.
They're not allowed to open.
They're
Other
not
than
allowed.
that,
Wow.
they
Not
kill
allowed.
all swimmers just 1 year. So they do that. So we gotta look into their matter. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they people happy with that whole food will come
No,
from
they
the
can't.
Journal Square.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, when minutes they use,
It's territory.
most grocery out of business. Number one. Number two, most of deli store out of business. In less than 2 years, I see so many areas.
Okay.
And if Trader open twice size of Whole Food, then Whole Food gonna be in trouble.
Whole food.
Whole Food, I mean, they're gonna out of trouble. So I'm not gonna shopping on those kind of stores. So we gotta have to be creative with some.
We can
under
definitely
the
discuss,
pillars,
yeah,
Sure. We have to protect the small business community. Other than
As
that,
much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a lot of that can be accomplished on kind of a granular level with different approaches from building to building. But
you have to some way they do.
like additional use regulation, things of that nature.
Right, zoning regulations, right? So-
I'm not the lawyer, but we gotta have to somehow have to creative law to regulating supersized stores, you know. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. 3.3, ordinance authorizing the City of Jersey City to execute a lease agreement with 2854 Kennedy LLC for 41 parking spaces located at 2854 Kennedy Boulevard.
The old State Theater.
Yeah, I thought that they're gonna provide a free parking for court employee forever,
Yes, I thought so too. So,
but why they stop that?
Yeah, I'm not totally aware of that. I've heard about this agreement, but I'm not totally aware of it. But I don't think that's finalized yet or finished. I think this is just sort of a temporary.
My understanding, and I can confirm this, is that the property, ownership of that parcel transferred to a new party, and that new party.
The current parking, yeah.
And the new owners did not want to continue that relationship on the
Oh,
previous
God.
property.
Oh, no.
That's another BS.
No, that's not right.
Peter,
I agree.
I'm gonna, for the record,
That's the truth.
I'm gonna put in the record because we sold that
Yes.
parking lot, $1.2 million. That parking lot was a giveaway, was it?
Right.
Giveaway. Number two, that parking space is a daytime for the city workers and the court employee. Nighttime able to provide parking space in neighborhood because parking there is horrible. You know. At the time, when the city sold the $1.2 million, at the new elected council don't know that. They say, number one, how are we going to provide parking for the people working court or people visiting, so citywide? They say, oh, we're going to provide.
Yep.
Okay, parking great.
yeah.
Council,
just
very quick, let me confirm that is in fact the case. I may have this conflated with something else in my head, but I will let you know before Wednesday.
Yes, please, yeah.
So just to clarify, so as I recall, and I don't have the exact minutes for that, but for those conversations, it was suggested that they would provide temporary parking, the owner, with the spot that they bought. They would allow us to park there for free until they got the development going. But the redevelopment agency at the time had the director, David Donnelly, had suggested that there was an agreement, that there was going to be an agreement with the developer at a development site right nearby there, where as a condition of some of the development and some of the things that they were looking to do there, that they would build parking that'd be accessible for municipal courts and employees there, right? So, as I said, I guess, has that closed, the sale of the land?
No, that's the thing that I was mentioning before, that deal, whatever it is not finished yet. I don't know where it is, but the discussions have been ongoing, and we're just up against a timeline here with this other lot.
So I asked at the agenda meeting to have representatives from the redevelopment agency here to discuss and say like where this is all going at this point. I'll tell you, I got a text message from Diana, and she says that the parking lot for the courthouse, there have been no changes since we last visited the issue when I was on the JCRA board. The developer requires a change in zoning to get the density they need to enable the inclusion of parking in his project. So that was part of the conversation that you were talking about upzoning over there and so forth around it. Planning would need to amend the redevelopment plan, which has not been done to date. So that kind of explains that. And then my understanding is that there's also an opportunity behind the courthouse that was also discussed, although I don't think it was publicly discussed. There's a parking lot behind the courthouse, but to build vertical parking as well there in that lot and expanding the parking lot opportunity there as well. So
Brian, the first time they say, we're going to guarantee 3 years. So I say, after 3 years, what are you going to do? Oh, then we're going to provide, continuously. You know what? $100,000 a year.
Right, he just said temporary.
did we approve an abatement for that development too?
I think we did. We need to go back and look at them. I think we did. I
think we did.
remember this development. I think we did approve abatement. I think we did.
Which if there is an abatement, I don't know this for facts. Right. We can get the facts. If there's a redevelopment agreement and abatement, then the idea of transferring the sale of land, they have at least with the redevelopment agreement, I know for certain they need permission from the redevelopment agency itself. On an abatement, I would think that they would probably need.
Need to transfer the ownership.
They need to transfer the ownership.
The abatement as
They
well.
have to come to city council to
Right.
approve that.
Yeah, I think so.
And that shouldn't be, like, a condition of it shouldn't be that they lock us out from parking if they're not ready to develop.
So, Ryan, we give them very low price, give away the land. City of Jersey deserve to have, city employee to have a free parking. Let them pay.
We gave it the market rate, just to be clear on that.
No.
At that time, it was market rate at that
No,
time.
was
The
not
market
that,
is different
no.
now.
Councilman James, the rich would well know the value of that area.
So I don't want to, but this is a different perspective, but is it the policy of the city that we?
Folks,
Is it the policy that we provide free parking for every employee?
No, not for every employee, but there was an agreement in place for these employees, and I have to dig it up.
It's in our union contracts.
Yeah.
Isn't there union
For-
contract,
for-
something else?
For both of these groups, the
Yeah.
board employees and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
one
yeah.
girls.
Yeah.
Because if you could make it up before second reading.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, these are, I don't want to say that they're not necessary, but these are also both the major transit hubs. And if the policy of the city is for all the residents not to have free parking, which
Fair enough.
I understand, parking is scarce when you
Yeah.
literally are working
But
at two
we-
major transit hubs and we're spending taxpayer dollars.
We also said that, because they were embedded in contracts, that with the next round of negotiations, to
That's
negotiate
right.
this out.
Negotiate it out.
So,
Fortunately, not everyone's entitled to parking. It's just,
So I have two questions. One, this is for the courthouse on Summit, right?
right.
Isn't this parking kind of far for somebody that's working on Summit to park all the way over on the boulevard?
At the 3 blocks away.
Yeah, it is not directly adjacent to the building.
Yes. And then the other part is, it says the parking spots are unreserved, but we're paying for them. So if they get there and the lot is full, they're just out of luck.
No, they reserve that,
It
usually.
says unreserved.
Yeah, it's not assigned parking spaces, but there's a certain number
Yes,
of
certain numbers of reserve.
So what we
permits
paying
given
for?
out.
Because we pay $20 a month for regional parking.
For unreserved parking.
That means it doesn't, I think it doesn't belong to a certain individual, like
First come,
Councilman
first
Ridley doesn't have a spot, but there
Yes.
were 20 spots for 20 people. So everybody should have a spot.
But what I'm saying is, if it's not reserved, right, not necessarily reserved as in this is my spot here, but if we don't have 41 spaces that are reserved for Jersey City in the parking lot, if that parking lot ever fills up, do we just can't park? Is that what this is saying?
I hope not, because you're paying per spot.
That's what I'm saying. So I just wanted clarification on what unreserved means. Like, we'll
Yeah.
definitely always have 41 spaces.
Yeah. It's my understanding they've given out a set number of permits for the part. It's not just like whoever shows up that day can just
Yeah.
pay for whatever. It's a permit, like employee lot kind of thing.
So, Brian?
Yeah.
Remember it, because I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. At the council meeting, city employee from the court, they come out, the city council meeting, they scream like a hell. I use a lot of hell today. But now, at the time, Bob, business administrator, say very clear, we have to provide parking space for people who work the court. That's one of the bargaining chips that they're there, so-and-so. At that time, council president and Ron Robert make clear, if we do that, maybe when we have a negotiate city employee contract, we should be looking into that matter while we have to provide. You know what? End of the day, very clear. We made another big mistake again. You know, not you, but Bob, former BA. So this one, and the developer very made clear statement that we're gonna provide. If they promise, they provide. If ownership change that the project, then without our city council tax abatement, then we can revoke their tax abatement. Very clear.
Okay.
All right?
okay, so just to recap this, you're gonna check to see if there are contractual
The parking, yeah.
for the union contracts, and then, what was the other thing?
Tax abatement, city admin.
Is there a tax abatement or a redevelopment agreement?
Yeah. So I didn't just say no.
Well, at this point, it probably doesn't make sense to do that because then our employees don't have parking and we're violating the union contract. But finding out where the best spots are is probably good
Okay.
Deborah as well.
All right.
So similarly, we've got in 3-4, ordinance authorizing the city to execute a lease agreement with Harwood Corporation for the leasing of 36 parking spaces located at 808 Pavonia Avenue. This is for the Department of Public
Police.
Safety.
We did 5 and 6. 7 is, the title here is incorrect. We had a last minute change 10 minutes before the agenda went out, and we'll correct the title on 1.7 to reflect it. It was originally going to be done by Rezo, and it got changed out. So we'll fix that. That's the extension of time to complete the conditions. Well, I'm reading the wrong title, actually.
3-7?
Yeah.
3-7?
Yeah, that's the authorizing the conveyance of city-owned property located at 265 MLK to the Urban League of Hudson County.
Any questions about 3-7?
Yeah, so, is this the second time we're doing this? I see in 14, I guess we gave them the same opportunity.
That was the original agreement. There's been some turnover over there, and there were some issues with funding and all kinds of other stuff, and they are now at the point where they're ready to move forward, but they just need a little extra time, basically.
So do we know what they're gonna build?
We can get that information for you. Yeah, I apologize for it not being included here, but we can get you that. It's basically a almost doubling of the size of their facility over there, into that vacant lot next door, but we'll get you all the info on it. They're working on this for years.
Yeah.
No, I see.
I read it.
I mean, the lot still is the same.
Yeah, right.
Same exact lot.
Yeah, yeah. They had some complications getting the funding and all kinds of stuff. And previous director passed away.
Yeah, but when you delay the 5 years, sometimes we gotta find a different developer.
Do you think they could get this done in 2 years? Because it's saying if they don't have their CO in 2 years, then it comes back to us again.
Right.
I mean, I think I see the reason for the timeline, but I don't know if, 2 years they're gonna be able to do it. Do they already have the funding in place?
Yeah, from what we've been from what they've communicated to us, yeah, everything's pretty much in place now, and they just need this one change. But we can have them come to. We should have done this. We could have them come to the next caucus if you guys want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we did 8 and 9. I think we beat a couple second readings up. We're having the public hearing on the budget before we do second readings. Any questions on any of the second readings? We talked about A and B.
Anyone have questions on second reading ordinances? Okay.
Do we have any follow-up questions on the procurement card?
Right.
There was a question about if we get points or miles, and we don't. We just get cash back, and it's a chart of how much cash you get back. It's a minimal amount compared to how much we're going to spend. Probably. That's the only question I think.
Who would fly the miles anyway? 10-1, resolution authorizing an emergency temporary appropriation. We're going to see these until we adopt the budget.
I had actually a question on that.
Yeah.
The infotech was going up from 300 to 550, and celebrate public events was going from 125 to 145. I was just wondering what the explanation was on those two.
Let me get back to you on those.
Okay.
I don't have the specific. What is it? The infotech?
Infotech and celebrate public events.
Okay.
All right, 2 through 6 are resolutions requested by Councilperson Waterman, requesting council representation on the Housing Authority, Employment and Training Program Executive Board, Library Board of Trustees, Municipal Utilities Authority Board, and the Rent Leveling Board.
So, business administrator?
Yes.
Can we share with that any council members, if we belong to any board members, can't you give us a list and that their term expired?
Our office maintains the list, Councilman.
About 10.
You send the whole list of all the board members?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
okay?
all
Every board
council
member?
members. I don't want to know anybody, but council member itself. If council president, if he's only board members, where you belong to, where the term is finished,
If it's James Solomon is building, we like to know, no.
I'll give you the list, Councilman, you could hone in on what you want. I'll give you all the list, it's easier to give you all than parse it out.
Yeah. Just all the
It's just a PDF, your aide can help you out with that.
Councilwoman, may I ask a few questions? This is more to the law department and not to you directly, but, so, just on the first one, pursuant to Housing Authority, it references New Jersey statutes annotated 40A, colon 12A-17A, with regard to the composition of the Housing Authority Board. Can I get a copy of that, those statutes as it references them? There's both, well, it says, the ones that are referenced, A and D, I guess it is. I guess the whole section, 12A to 17, A, B, C, and D, whatever's in there. Thank you. Secondly, on the Employment and Training Board, so it doesn't provide here language as to the composition of the board there, as to what dictates or determines the composition of the board. I mean, it's a mayoral appointment, but what gives the authority to the mayor?
That board was created via resolution and agreement. There was a resolution that created it and an agreement that's part of the resolution. I can get you the copy. I don't know if I have it with me today.
I could get a copy of that.
That's what it specifies. So the mayor has, under the resolution, the authority to appoint the members, and the resolution is just requesting that one from the council person.
Okay, so if we can get a copy of that resolution for the entire, I'll have to give Marlene and she'll get it to the rest of the council. And then similarly for 10-4, for the Library Board of Trustees, it references New Jersey statutes annotated 40:54-9. Thank you. And council members, I can give you copies of this if you want.
Yeah, okay, I'd like to share with that, okay?
And then on the MUA, all right, this is it.
I think I have all of them for you. I have it as part of my research, but I didn't really want them. The Red Leveling Board is created by ordinance, so
Right.
that's it.
Thank you.
And here's your utilities, and I believe that may be it.
I'll let you cover it.
Yeah.
All right, Marlene, you want to make copies of this for the council?
Can I do it?
No, you can do that. You can get it to them tomorrow. It's fine with me. I'm not.
It's already tomorrow. Can we continue to
Yes.
7, honoring Pierre Emmanuel Leandre for his excellent public service? That means he's exiting us?
He's gone already.
He's gone already.
Gone already.
Sorry, who's sponsoring 10-7?
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
8, recognizing the Sejong Cultural Education Incorporated for their contributions to the Korean American community in Jersey City.
Thank you.
9, recognizing Joseph Kim Sexton as the New Jersey State Champion of the 2019 Poetry Out Loud Festival. Are we
So,
having presentations on Wednesday?
This one will be presented on Wednesday, and he's an academic high school student and won first place statewide.
We'll be either attending Columbia, Yale, Princeton, or Harvard.
And then I'll have a presentation on Wednesday, but I don't think it's in.
Yes. You have something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bring it down the others.
10, a resolution recognizing April as County Community College Month. 11.
Could I just interrupt you, sir?
Surely,
Is
sir.
this being presented or is it not? This is Nick Charbellotti asked for this from Hudson County Community College.
No.
Can you follow up with him and just see if he wants?
11, authorizing the City of Jersey City to enter into polling place agreements with the Hudson County Board of Elections. 12, authorizing the city collector to transfer 2013 tax year premiums paid on tax liens purchased at the tax sale on December 19, 2013, from the tax collector to the city's Myrna account. Miscellaneous revenues not anticipated. Resolution authorizing refunds due to overpayment of property taxes. 14 we did with Carmen earlier. 15 is authorizing the execution of a mortgage subordination agreement affecting 408, 410 Pacific Avenue. 16 is authorizing the renewal of a license agreement with the Jersey City Reservoir Preservation Alliance Incorporated for the purpose of providing public access to Reservoir Number 3 located at 116 Central Avenue.
How is 10-16 different than what we approved, was it a couple months ago?
10, 16?
On the reservoir?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Keith?
I think that we had to look for a school, for School 28.
What is the reservoir one?
Wasn't it School 28?
Yeah.
How's it different from the last one we did?
It's really not. It's pretty much all the same. The only difference that we're gonna have is that the reservoir lines, when they're using it, it just needs to sign off the key over it, over Pershing Hill.
So this is an amendment of that first?
No, this is just
new.
Just a continuation.
Yeah, I think the one they're referring to is the School 28 children.
Yeah, this is right.
Remember?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
what
this one
they
is
were
a-
trying to remember.
This is a, we make a contract with City of Jersey, yearly contracts, that's a renewal contract with the 2018. We have like a month always that we give to authorization PS20 school, they can do their own.
All right, we did 17 and 18. 19 is a resolution authorizing the use and execution of the notice of in lieu of deed notice for soil contamination at Ocean Avenue. 20 is ratifying the award of a contract to the Jersey City Medical Center to provide BLS, basic life support, ambulance services. 21 is withdrawn.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the last extension we're allowed for?
Last one, yeah.
So when are we going out for bid? Assuming this expires in theory on January 1st.
Yeah, probably late summer or so, something like that.
Okay, and we're planning on, so I guess what I'm asking is the goal for us to go out for bid and have the bids before this contract expires?
Yeah.
And another
there are not many vendors out there, though, I'll warn you.
Take
My understanding is there too.
Take one and
This is a Jersey City vendor technically, I guess.
There.
Brian?
Yeah.
Actually, when we make contracts, 2014,
Yeah.
they provide a basic life support service, ambulance service, but also they promised us like a first responder service without charge.
Yeah.
They do a lot of like a freebie on top of it.
Yeah.
But I don't know anything they do that already.
It's free for the city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what kind of service they do? Like a first response service?
They do ALS and BLS, so any ambulance you see riding around is from the medical center, free of charge to the city, but they do charge patients.
And how much do they charge the patients? I hear patients complaining.
It depends on your insurance and what it covers, so some people it's free, some people they pay a lot, some people they pay a little bit, but it varies.
It's very expensive. I hear a lot of
Yeah,
people
it
complaining
can
about
be.
this.
It can be.
You know, so maybe we need to find someone else, though. I really think so. 'Cause
It's
still it's still affecting us one way or another because it's affecting the residents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we're not paying them, but they're taking it out on the residents.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Understood.
They're taking it out.
We can definitely discuss that when we go through the process.
Right,
Yeah,
because
sure.
that's, we can't. Taking it out on the residents, that's all. They just backdoors.
Okay.
All right.
Next item.
Okay, the next item is Z21, which we withdrew. We covered 22 through 26.
Nope, 23.
Pardon?
Most important one for you.
Oh yeah, our court reporters. Why would I think about myself? That's the annual contract with the court reporter, who hopefully will be off trial soon and back.
Tracy?
Yeah.
This caps the time at 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
1 a.m.?
1 a.m.
Sorry, 1 a.m.
Yeah, let's just have 22-hour meetings. All right, we're all getting a little silly now. 21 through 26, we're done. Very happily, I have a little dot next to everyone on through 27 through 34. And if I can get these pages to part, 35 and 36 were covered. 37 is contract to Millennium Communications for the UASI grant. 38, Tomahawk Defense for incident response crisis management training.
So, Rob, just going back on
Sir.
37.
Yes, sir.
I just don't, you explain what a block of hours contract for network integration services means?
Did Greg here send a memo on this?
He did, but it was very short this time.
Okay.
Normally
I can get him
That's all he
to.
does. He do well.
Yeah. I can get him to follow up.
Yeah, I just don't know what this is. I'd love to have more information. All right, sorry, thanks.
Okay.
So, the 39.
Hold on, any questions on 38?
No.
Nope. 39, go ahead.
39, then we paid less than $268,000 to now, $228,000. You know, actually, we hired a lot of city employees last year, but I don't know, so how come so price get higher?
Sorry, what was the question?
The last year we paid $268,000
Yeah.
for the civilian
Yeah.
and the uniform.
Yep.
This year, they want the $328,000, so it's a lot of money different, almost $60,000 different.
Sorry, it's not in front of me, but the contract maximum is different than what we actually spend for this one. So we budget 3 something and then we only end up spending 2 something, but I can't remember. 39, sorry.
I think it's extra money to advertise the bid, right? To extend the contract while the bid is out.
This is just a 3-month extension.
3 months extension. So we're gonna put out the bid? That's what?
Yeah. We actually are. We've already done the bid process and we have responses and we're evaluating them again. It's another situation. We keep doing these extensions, but
okay.
Something I'm working on. Yeah, this is just the extension. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're up to 40. It's Law Department show. Light De Palma to serve as special counsel in commercial litigation matters.
Could you guys explain kind of commercial litigation matters, what cases they cover?
This is the Port Authority litigation. We're wrapping up the settlement.
One more time.
The settlement on the Port Authority case, this is to wrap up some final expenses on that.
So this is, sorry.
That's number 40.
Right, how much money is this one? Not to exceed 30K?
Yes. $30,000.
Okay, we need, and is this work they've already done at this point, or are they still ongoing work?
It's ongoing.
Okay, we're not done with that?
No, I mean, there's
Okay.
land swaps and
That's
other matters.
okay, but it's 30K.
Yes.
It's not the final payment, right?
Pardon me?
It's the final payment of $30,000?
It should be, yes.
It should, right? You know how much we paid total? We paid $500,000 already.
Yes. And
Over many years, yeah.
over a period of a number.
Yeah, total we paid $500,000 to the litigation. You know, they say what is they paid it, so $500,000 actually more than we pay $500,000 because we switched the company, the one company.
Peter Lesniak in the beginning.
Yeah, so we probably pay around $650,000 for this. But I hope this $30,000 is a final payment.
Yeah. If God is good.
Yeah.
So just, this goes back all the way to 2015, correct?
Yes.
Right.
And so there have been multiple renewals and increases. And can we just clarify this? And just a matter of course, for all of our resolutions as it relates to these professional service agreement. You said it's related to the Port Authority. Can you just be specific in saying that we're clarifying that it's for Port Authority matters or litigation related to Port Authority as opposed to some other purpose?
Yeah, I mean, we'll clarify where it's obviously possible and appropriate.
Well, definitely for the current extension. So you'll have a new resolution clarifying that as well as any.
Yeah, we can modify that as needed. Where it's appropriate.
You know, when you say just litigation, there are a lot of litigation, especially commercial, we don't know which one is talking about. So, you know, council president say, right, if we just whereas regarding for New York Youth Port Authority settlement, so we all know what it is, you know. Okay.
Okay, echoes. 41, ratifying the contract with Bud Larner to represent the city, Tanya Marione and Matt Ward in the matter of Pegasus Enterprises.
This is essentially a companion case to it. There was a prior case, the Mecca litigation, which ended with a dismissal on in our favor. Bud Larner represented us in that case, and we figured they had the institutional knowledge and they knew all the players, so we just brought that in to bring this in and hopefully we'll achieve a similar result.
Now, this litigation also includes JCRA, or?
Yes.
And they have their own attorney, is that?
Correct.
The bulk of this is through the JCRA, this is a small piece, right?
And they have a different attorney than we do?
Yes. But they have to, they're a separate party, and we may have, if it came to a point where we would have diverging interests, then we had one attorney, we'd have to hire 2 new attorneys, because that's the nature of the company. So.
How much are we, is the Mecca situation already settled?
That has been dismissed with prejudice. So that is, aside from any final bills or any execution of any forms, should be complete. There may be a final bill on that, I'm not sure, I can check.
And that was dismissed, you said with prejudice, right?
I believe it was dismissed with prejudice.
What does that mean, just for my own?
That means that the case can
Can't be refiled.
It can't be refiled or rebrought on the same theory. Without prejudice would be if it was without prejudice, it would be a situation where you might be missing a party, there might be something where a court did not make a determination on the merits of your actual argument, that there might be a procedural defect and you'd be allowed to refile. If it's with prejudice, you cannot refile.
So essentially, in this case, Pegasus is seeking to get its development rights?
They're soon to become the redeveloper of this property, right?
Yes, correct.
And this is just beginning?
Yeah, this was recently filed.
February.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, the next is Pennington Law Group to represent police officer Morton Otundo in the matter of Sammy Faragala versus the City of Jersey City.
Outside counsel retained on this matter due to a conflict between the city and the defendant officer. Between the law department, rather, and the city, the defendant officer.
43, resolution ratifying the award of professional service agreement with Hunt, Hamlin, and Ridley for general legal services related to employment organizational practices.
Peter, can you explain that, the general legal services and organizational practices?
That's a currently active matter. It's relating to an employment-related investigation that we had to send out to an outside party.
So now,
can you publicly state what the investigation is?
I cannot now.
So should we discuss it in closed caucus then, so we're sort of aware of what it is and we can vote on it in an informed manner?
It is very much an ongoing matter right now. I will look into that. I'll let you know if we can do a closed caucus on that. And if it's a matter of, if we do have to do that and we have to pull it, then we'll do that.
Okay, I mean, just speaking personally, I would say that it's not under your administration, but a prior contract that was, vaguely worded and we've, voted on it and we later learned that it was about something reasonably different than what was on the paper in front of us.
I understand, but I cannannot state in a public setting what it is about due to the potentially sensitive nature.
Sense that a closed caucus would be the venue to discuss, but.
Okay.
Or a one-on-one with the law department.
You know what?
Or 3-on-3 is one
yeah.
tonight.
The Peter,
Yes.
when you just say that implement organization practice, the real, we don't even know what it is, and without knowing what we're gonna be investigating. So this is what is my concern. Implement organization practices, City of Jersey City employee matters? Well, when you say organization means mayor's office, what city council, what DPW department, what is it actually?
Can you send them a confidential memo?
I will either schedule a closed session or I will meet with everyone personally to speak to you about it.
Yes, so now when
But there are reasons why, and there are very specific reasons why we cannot state in a public manner who or what it pertains to, because there's confidentiality issues. There's the ongoing nature of certain things that we cannot compromise. And there's also, privacy interests if there is an employee or employees who may be the subject of an investigation, and then they are quote-unquote exonerated, to have their name out there as someone who's being investigated is something that's potentially actionable against the city.
So,
Sorry.
yeah.
You go.
You want me to go first?
No, you go.
You want me to go first?
Councilman Robinson or who's talking?
Didn't we just go through something like that a couple months ago? With the voting on a law firm and we didn't know what was going on and we had to have a closed session?
Yeah, that's what James is referring to.
Oh, right. All right.
So this is what it is. If we don't know actually what it is, then we cannot prove. Because what I heard that one of those gentlemen, the city employee, I'm not going to say the name, he claimed this city council proved they hired a law firm to investigating one specific city employee. So that's what they claimed. When I look at it, if we have to be investigating city employee, then my next question, what the heck did our HR department do that? And how about the law department investigation? How about city of Jersey City? How about the Hudson County prosecutor office if they're serious? Instead we spend the $50,000 hire a law firm. If they have an employee matter, then should be HR department first interview that person. Instead we spend the $50,000 a law firm investigating our city employee.
Well, I can tell you that if it gets to the point where there is a firm that is retained to do an investigation, it's usually been vetted through the HR process, and it's deemed that it is necessary and prudent to have an outside party look into it.
Could we just withdraw till we discuss this?
Yes,
Let's get back. You know, that's the best thing to do, because we be going on all night. I mean.
So you know best about.
Yeah, when we're like near the finish line. It's been withdrawn, Council President.
Okay,
So we-
let's
Councilman.
talk
Yeah,
about it.
withdrawn.
Meet with
Same with
them.
It's
44.
withdrawn.
44 is
Over.
withdrawn.
Just let it, let
We
it
did
be
40,
with them.
44 has been withdrawn.
Yep.
I just handed everyone Z45, excuse me, 1045, a resolution that was on our last agenda that was withdrawn. And Councilman Solomon?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a quick, this was on the agenda last time. It's the dedication of it's the agreement that allows the developer to construct a park that's on city land over in Liberty Harbor. And I had some questions and they have largely been answered. There's a couple more I'm in the process of answering, but holding it up doesn't make sense. I was able to sit down with the developer and have a longer conversation. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have about it, but it's all reasonable.
Okay.
To adjourn at 10:23. Who made the motion? Ridley and Prinzeri.
A little later.
To adjourn, Councilperson Ridley, Prinzeri, Bajano.
Crawling, standing up.
He's gone. Yun, Solomon, Robinson, Waterman, and Lavaro. We're out of here. We're done. I've been done for about 2 hours.